30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, guys, we're going to get race number 1 rolling here.
Matt Wertman.
Trace
Wells.
And
Brian Wells.
All right, guys, go ahead, roll them around, check them in for me. Roll them around, check them in. I got Marshall spots almost covered. I need a Marshall in turn number 4. I need a Marshall in turn number 4. All right, guys, go ahead and pull them onto the back straight. It'll be Mike, Matt, Harlem, Trace, and Brian. All right, guys, line them up on the back straight again. It's Mike on the 1, Matt on the 2, Harlem on the 3, Trace 4, and Brian number 5. Harlem, come around here, buddy. All right, guys, go ahead and roll them out. Roll them out. We'll go green next time. We'll go green next time. And green flag. Again, this is going to be seeding, so just 2 laps are going to count. Your top 2 consecutive fastest laps are going to be counting here. Race number 2. That is going to be Traxxas Modified. You guys are going to be up next. Traxxas Modified, you guys are up next. Out front, going to be Matt Mortman, Brian in the 2, Trace, Mike. 10 to go, 10 to go. Watch out of turn number 4. Watch out of turn number 4. And when you cross the line, you will be done.
Brian Wells done.
Cross the line, you will be
Mike
done.
Lewis done. Trace Wells done.
And
Matt
that
Wortman
is
done.
a race
The
driver.
race is completed.
Matt Wortman taking the win. Brian, Trace, Mike, and Harlem rounding out your field. Marshals, grab your blowers. Drivers from this last one, if I can get you guys back out onto the track to corner marshal, please. Race number 2, Traxxas Modified. You guys are going to be up next. Guys can roll them around, check them in. Marshals, need
Eric
you
Nate
guys back out onto the track, please.
Jim Garambe. Nate Young. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Yeah, you'll be
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys,
Darren
go ahead and line
DeForest.
them up on the back straightaway. Line them up on the back
Preston
straightaway
Brown.
for me, and it'll be Darren, Nate, Eric, Preston, Jim, and Tracy.
Tracy Collins. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
I've got my marshal spots covered. Thank you, drivers. Again, it's Darren, Nate, Eric, Preston, Jim, and Tracy. Go ahead and roll them around, guys. Roll them
Less
around.
than 5.
We'll go green out of turn number 3 and 4 this time by, and green flag. We gotta change this to 1 minute here. All right, going to be Nate Young out front, Preston in the 2, Eric, Tracy, Darren, and Jim. Again, top 2 consecutive laps going to be what seeds you for qualifying here. Just need 2 good laps in a row. Just need 2 good laps in a row here. 45 in, 15 to go. Still Nate out front, Eric up to the 2, Tracy, Darren, Jim. Preston off into the infield there. 5 to go. 5 to go, drivers. And when you cross the line, you will be done. When you cross the line, you will be done.
Nate Young done. Eric Nate Hart
wait for
done.
one here,
Jim Gorombi done.
and
Preston
that
Brown done.
is
Darren DeForest done.
a race drivers.
The race is completed.
Nate Young taking the win. Eric, Tracy, Preston, Darren, and Jim. Marshals, thank you. Marshals, make sure you grab your blowers. Marshals, grab your blowers. If you were marshaling in that last one, make sure you are grabbing your blowers. Whoever marshaled in turn number 1 and 2, if I can get you back out onto the track, please, to blow off the track. I'd appreciate that. Okay. I still need you to blow the track off. I'll give you time to warm up, but I need the track blown off. Race number 3. First heat of Bomber. You guys are going to be up. Marshal spots are covered. Thank you, drivers. So you guys can roll them around, check them in, roll them around, check them in.
Brian Wells.
Matt, you are not
1
in
minute
this
to the start
race.
of the race.
You are in the next race. Yep. Should be Brian Wells, Scott Bourdon, Anton, and Rod in this one.
45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Rod looked. Less than 5.
All right, get Scott to check in for me here. Double check I got everyone's transponders. That is Anton there.
Man on fire.
Scott, cross the line for me again. All right.
Scott
All
Borden.
right, guys, it's going to be Brian, Scott, Anton, and Rod. Go ahead, roll them around. Brian's going to be in the 1. We'll go green out of 3 and 4 on this one. And green flag. Race number 4, second heat of Bomber. You guys are going to be up next. Yep, no worries. It's on the back straightaway, back straight, back straight, back straight. Dead car on the back straight. Lost steering, looks like. Good thing it is only seating, Anton. Halfway drivers, 30 seconds in, 30 to go. 30 seconds in, 30 to go. And we are down to 2. Down to 2 now. Gonna be Scott out front, Brian in that 2, Rod 3, Anton 4. And when you cross the line, you will be done here.
Scott Borden done.
And that's a race.
Brian Wells
Drivers,
done.
marshals,
The race is
grab
completed.
your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, if I can get all of you back out onto the track to corner marshal. Scott taking the win, Brian in the 2, Rod and Anton rounding out your field. Race number 4, second heat of Bomber. You guys are going to be up next. All right, marshal spots are covered. All right, you guys, go ahead and roll them around, check them in, roll them around, check them in, roll them around, check them in.
Matt Wordman. RBD Rob. Keith Hargis. Tracy Collins.
All right, guys, lineup's going to be Keith, Matt, Tracy, and Rob. Keith,
1 minute
Matt,
to the start
Tracy,
of the
Rob,
race.
go ahead and line them up on the back straight for me. Line them up on the back straight for me. And you guys can roll them around, roll them around. We're going to go green out of 3 and 4 this time. Green out of 3 and 4 this time.
45 seconds to
Green
the start of the race.
flag. We're looking for your 2 fastest laps in a row here. Top 2 consecutive is what's going to seed you for qualifying. Watch in turn number 4, watch in turn 4. It is clear. 20 seconds in, 40 to go, 20 seconds in, 40 to go. Matt Wortman out front. Tracy in the 2, Rob in the 3. And now Tracy up to the lead. Now Matt back to the lead there. Matt and Tracy trading spots there, but it is going to be Tracy out front, Matt in that 2, Rob and Keith. Tracy looking to go top seed overall in this one. Matt looking to go 3, Rob in the 4, Keith in the 6. 10 to go, drivers. And when you cross the line,
Keith
you will
Hargis
be
done.
done. When you
Tracy
cross the line,
Collins
you will
done.
be done.
Matt Wortman done.
And that
RBD Rob
is
done.
a race.
The race is
Drivers.
completed.
Tracy taking the win. Matt in the 2, Rob and Keith. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from that last one, if I can get you back out onto the track to corner marshal, please. Race number 5. That is Outlaw Street Stock and 1 Lone Late Model. You guys are going to be up next. Looking for, I've got all my marshals on the track. Just need 2 of you over onto that other side. I need a marshal in turn number 4. If I can get one coming out of 4. And then the 3 of you guys can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in. Oh, you let the magic smoke out?
Forest Grump.
Oh.
1 minute to the start of the race.
Gonna be a 2-car dance here. Scott letting the smoke out
James
of
Rodriguez.
the ESC there. Yeah, just can't line them up on the back straight.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
James and Colin. You guys can roll them around, roll them around. We'll go green on this time, green this time by, and green flag. Halfway for the 2, 30 in, 30 to go. 30 in, 30 to go. Fast lap on the track, 4:191 out of James. Colin with a 4:36. James in the late model, Colin in the Outlaw Street Stock. Late model on paper should be just a little bit faster, a little easier to get around the track than that Street Stock. And 5 to go, 5 to go. You'll go one more lap here. And we
James Rodriguez
will be done. James taking the win. Colin that 2.
The race is completed.
And that is a race. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers and a couple volunteers, if I can, get you back out onto the track to corner marshal. Race number 6, first heat of 21.5 Street Stock. You guys are going to be up next. 2 full heats of Street Stock here. And then I've got James. I'll have Colin. And if I can get 2 volunteer marshals. Thank you, Darren. Thank you, Matt. Again, full heat of Street Stock for this one. You guys can roll them around, check them in, roll them around and check them in.
Bobby Searle. Zach Navarez. Keith Atkins. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Darren Noyes.
All right, looking for a checkout of Mike and Rod. Mike and Rod. This is going to be Rod right here.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Rod looked.
And looking for a checkout of Mike. He just got up onto the stand. All right, you guys, line up for this one. Gonna be Bobby, Mike, Rod, Zach, Darren,
15
and
seconds
Keith.
to the start of the race.
Line them up on the back straightaway for me. Again, Bobby, Mike, Rod, Zach, Darren, and Keith.
Less than 5.
And you guys can roll them around, guys. And seating, it doesn't have to be super bunched up. And green flag. Again, just your top 2 fastest laps in a row are going to count here. So your whole run not mattering, just the 2 laps in a row. Your 2 fastest in a row that count. Out front early going to be Atkins, then Cyril, Navarez, Lewis, Luft, and Noyes. Halfway, drivers. 30 in, 30 to go. 30 in and 30 to go. If you are looking at the scoring on the TVs, it is going to show slightly off. The timing is a little slow. There is a delay. It is streamed from YouTube onto there. We are having problems with the cables and everything that make all of it work. So there is a little delay on the big screens for the timing. And that's time. Drivers when you cross the line, you will be done. It's about 5 seconds, so just keep that in mind, drivers.
Darren Noyes done. Zach Navarre is done.
And
the race is
Keith
completed.
taking the win on that one. Zach in the 2, Bobby in the 3, Rod, Mike, and Darren. Marshall, thank you for grabbing your blowers. Race number 7, second heat of street stock, 21.5. You guys are up next. I will need 4 of you from that last race onto the track to corner marshal, please. All right, I've got Keith. I have
Jamie
Mike
Brown.
on the track.
Darren
I've
DeForest.
got
Jim
Bobby.
Borambe.
I've got Zach.
Eric Neidhart.
Watch in turn 1, guys. Watch in turn number 1. All right, let me get Preston onto
Preston Brown.
there. All right, guys, you can roll them around and check them in. Roll them around, check them in for me. All right, I've got all my marshal spots covered. Thank you, drivers.
1 minute to the start of the race.
I'm looking for Keith and looking for Anton. Anton on the track. Watch front straight, front straight. Front straight's clear.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
There was Keith.
Keith Hargis.
Lineup for this one will be Jim, Keith, Jamie,
30 seconds to
Anton,
the start of the race.
Darren, Eric, and Preston. I'll give Anton 20 seconds here. Again, line them up on the back straightaway for me. Back
15 seconds to the start of the race.
straightaway for me, guys. And everyone will be following Jim. And it'll be Keith, Jamie, possibly Anton, then Darren, Eric, and Preston. Okay, so it'll be Jim, Keith, Jamie, Darren, Eric, Preston. You guys can roll them around, guys. Roll them around. We'll get Anton all situated for qualifying here. We'll go green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Again, your top 2 fastest laps in a row going to be what seeds you here. You just got to get 2 clean laps in a row. Out front really going to be Jamie with Keith in the 2, Jim, Darren, Eric, and Preston. Preston jumping up to that 2 spot, though. That is Jim up to the 2. Halfway drivers, 30 and 30 to go. 30 and 30 to go. Watch back straight, back straight, back straight, back straight. 15 to go, 15 to go. Still Jamie out front, Jim in that 2, Preston, Keith, Eric, and Darren. And 5 to go, 5 to go, drivers. Race number 8, first heat of 13.5 sprint car. You guys are up
Preston Brown done.
When you cross the
Keith
line,
Hargis
you
done.
will be done.
Jamie Brown
Line,
done.
you will be done.
Darren DeForest done.
And that is
Eric Neidhart done.
Race
the race is
drivers.
completed.
Jamie Brown taking the win. Jim in the 2, Preston 3, Keith, Eric, and Darren rounding out your field. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from that last one, if I can get 4 of you back out onto the track. And race number 8, first heat of 13.5 sprint car. Be Scott, Keith, and Colton. Keith was just marshaling. I'll give him a minute to grab his car. All right, got Anton out there. I've got Jim. I have Preston, looks like. Maybe Jamie. I've got plenty of you. I appreciate it, guys. Let Jamie get over to turn number 3, and you guys can... Perfect, guys. You guys can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
Scott Borden.
Lineup for this one will be
Keith
Scott,
Atkins.
Keith, Colton. You
Colton Davis.
guys warm them up till you feel good and ready, and can
1 minute to the start
park
of the
them up
race.
in the top of turn number 3 for me when you are ready. All right, again, it's going to be Scott, Keith,
45 seconds to
and
the start of the
Colton.
race.
You guys can roll them around, guys. Roll them around. Bunch them up a little for me. It doesn't seriously matter, but we'll go green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. It's all good, guys. You guys... Just your two laps in a row count here. Get them nice and spread out. Get a couple heaters put down. Fast lap on the track, 3,999 out of Colton Davis. Keith, 4,038. And Bordon in that 3 with a 4,14. Halfway drivers. Colton still out front. And Keith and Scott, 10 seconds. 10 seconds, drivers. Keith only 60 thousandths back from Colton. And white flag lap here. When you cross the line, you will be done. When you cross the line, you
Colton
will
Davis
be done. Colton,
Scott
you are
Borden
done. Keith and
Atkins
Scott. And that
The
is
race
a
is
race
completed.
drivers. Colton taking the win. Keith in that 2. Scott in the 3. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, if I can get you back out onto the track. I do need 1 volunteer corner marshal. I do need the 3 of you drivers and then 1 volunteer corner marshal out onto the track. And race number 9, the second heat of 360 sprint car. I've got Keith, Colton, and Scott. If I can get 1 volunteer corner marshal. Thank you, Jamie. If I can get you in turn number 4, please, sir.
Bobby Searle.
And you guys can roll them around. Roll them around.
Just farted. Billy Bowerman Jr.
Lineup for this one.
Jamie
Jamie, Billy, Darren, Bobby. When you guys are good, you can pull them off to the top of turn number 3. Once I get all of you stopped, and we will
1 minute to the start
start
of the
the
race.
race. All right, looks like you guys are all good. Again, lineup will be Jamie, Billy, Darren, Bobby. Go ahead, roll them around, guys. Roll them around.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
And green flag. Again, 2 laps. Only thing counting right here. 2 fastest laps in a row. You are not racing with anyone else on the track but yourself. Watch back straight. It is clear. Out front early going to be Darren, then it'll be Jamie, Bobby, and Billy. Halfway drivers, 30 and 30 to go. Halfway, 30 in and 30 to go. Only still out front. And is Bowerman jumping up to that 2 spot. Bobby in the 3, Jamie in that 4. Fast lap on the track, 3,945 out of Darren. That is fastest lap on the track so far tonight. And 5 seconds, 3,877 now from Darren.
Billy
And when
Bowerman
you
Jr.
cross the
done.
line, you will
Bobby
be
Searle
done.
done.
When you cross the line, you will be
Just farted done.
done. Looking for one, and that's a
Jamie
race,
Smith done.
drivers. Darren,
The race is
Billy,
completed.
Bobby, and Jamie. That is a race. Marshall, thank you for grabbing your blowers. Drivers from the last one, if I can get all of you back out onto the track to corner Marshall, please. Race number 10, 410 sprint car. You guys are up next. Hi, Jackson. New face in some sprint car. Oh, we got Aiden and maybe someone else on FaceTime here. 3-car heat for this one. Mike, Tim, and Jackson. Mike, Tim, and Jackson. Mike's making his way up onto the stand now. And I've got Darren out there. I've got Billy. I've got Jamie. And I have Bobby. Perfect. I've got all my Marshall spots covered. I'll let Jamie get down to turn number 4. And you guys can carefully roll them around and check them in. Roll them around,
Tim Long.
check them in.
Jackson Brunson. Mike Malmgren.
All right, guys, when you
1 minute to the start of the race.
are warmed up, you guys can pull them off to the top of turn number 3. All right, guys, the lineup will be Mike, Tim, and Jackson. Mike, Tim, Jackson. Go ahead.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Roll them around, guys. We'll go green out of turn number 4, green out of 4, and green flag. Last heat coming up next, race number 11, last heat for seating. Take about a 5 to 10 minute break, and then we will get round number 1 kicked off and started here. Halfway drivers, 30 in and 30 to go. 30 and 30 to go. Fast lap on the track. 3:889 out of Mike. Jackson 393. Tim 404. Mike out front by 89 thousandths over Jackson. And 15 to go. 15 to go, drivers. And 5 to go, 5 to go. And when you cross the line, you will be done.
Mike Malmgren done. Jackson Brunson done.
And that is
The race is completed.
Mike taking the win, Jackson in the 2, Tim in the 3. Marshall's grab your blowers, thank you. Jamie, if I can get you to blow off all the way to turn number 2. Thank you, sir. And then last seeding round of the night, race number 11. You guys are going to be up next. I'll need 1 volunteer corner marshal if I can get it. If not, no worries. It's just seating. Thank you, Darren. Appreciate it.
Kyle Davis.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, guys, once Jackson gets over to turn 3, we'll turn you loose, and you guys can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in. I'm going to just go loop is
James
live for
Rodriguez.
you, spread it out. I'll give you a couple more laps if you guys are all good. I will go loop is live.
DJ Vice. One minute to the start of the race.
All right, guys, spread them around, spread them around. You know what to do, and we'll go loop is live here. Keep going. All right,
45
there we
seconds to the start of the race.
Spread them out a little for me, and loop is live. I don't know why I didn't think to do that earlier, but we got one in. Davis out front, Kowalski, Bice, and Rodriguez. As Kowalski out front early. Fast lap on the track, 3.74 out of Kowalski. Davis 3.9, DJ 3.8, James 4 flat. Halfway, 30 and 30 to go. 30 and 30 to go. Kowalski, Bice, Davis. Now Kowalski. Yep, Kowalski, Bice, Davis. They are separated by about a 1/10 between the three of them. And 10 to go, 10 to go. And when you cross the line, you're going to be done.
James
DJ,
Rodriguez
keep
done.
going.
Kyle Davis done.
That's a race, that's a race. Kowalski, Bice, Davis, Rodriguez.
The race is completed.
And that'll do it for seating. Give me 5 to 10 minutes here. I will get Q1 all sorted out and printed, and we will get it started here. We'll go 7:45. 7:45 for race number 1. That's 10 minutes.
One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
Heat sheets are printing out. I will get those posted on the wall. They are on liverc.com. I added one heat, so there are 12 heats now. Added one heat, so the heat numbers will change. Make sure you check your heats. And race number 1, you're going to be up in about 5 minutes.
Five minutes to the start of the race. Four minutes to the start of the race. Three minutes to the start of the race.
Alrighty, guys. Race number 1. You guys can start making your way out onto the driver's stand. It'll be run what you brung. If I can get race number 12 driver, it should be the A sort of Outlaw Sprint Car. If I can get you guys out onto the track to corner marshal, please.
Trace Wells. Two minutes to the start of the race.
Watch the front straight, guys. Front straight away.
Matt Wordman.
Drivers from race number 12, I can get you making your way out onto the
Ryan
track
Wells.
to corner marshal.
Mike Lewis. 1 minute to the start of the
All
race.
right, I've got one Marshall. I need 3 more of you. Now I need 2 more of you. Need a turn Marshall in turn number 4.
45 seconds to
Marshall
the start
in
of the
turn number
race.
4, please. I need a check out of Jackson. And all right, guys, line up for this one. Matt, Brian,
30
Trace,
seconds to the start of the race.
Mike, Jackson, and Harlem. Go ahead and roll them around, guys. We'll go green on the next one. We'll go green on the next one.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
And green flag. I'm going 30 laps.
Transponder 9348803. Transponder 9348803.
Front straightaway, front straightaway.
Jackson Chippen.
All right, going to be Trace Wells out front early here. Going to be Matt Wortman in the 2, Brian Wells in the 3, Mike Lewis, Jackson in the 5. Ten laps in, now 11 laps in, 19 to go for Mr. Trace Wells out front. Matt Wortman in the 2, Brian Wells now in that 3. All 3 of them on that same lap here. Trace and Matt separated by half a second, and that was Trace getting upside down. Matt waiting for him, though. So it's going to be Matt out front, Trace in that 2. He's 7/10 up. And it is what Brian Wells in the 3 spot. He's only 3/10 back now from Trace. Nine to go, 9 laps to go, drivers. 9 laps to go. Still Matt Wortman out front. No, it's Trace Wells now out front. 2/10 up on Matt. Matt only 8/10 up on Brian. So battle for the lead now down the back straight. The 3 4-wheel drive buggies. Bobbing and weaving through traffic. Trace, Matt, and Brian. 3 of them only separated by a second with 4 laps to go. And it looks like Brian getting to the inside of Matt. So Brian on the move. He's only 3/10 back from his brother. And Brian taking the lead. With 2 laps to go, Brian going to be out front. Trace in that 2. Trace and Matt getting together, and white
Wells
flag
done.
lap here.
Matt Wortman done.
Across the line, you will be
Mike
done.
Lewis done. Trace Wells done.
And that is
Jackson Chippen
a
done.
race drivers. Brian
race is
Wells
completed.
taking the win. Matt Wortman in the 2. Trace Wells 3. Mike Lewis, Jackson, and Harlem round out your field. And that's a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. And drivers from that last one, if I can get you back out onto the track to corner marshal. Shouldn't need any volunteers. Should have plenty of you. Race number 2. Track says modified. You guys are going to be up next. We got a full heat of those guys. All right, drivers, if I can get you onto the track to corner marshal. I've got Mike, got Matt, I've got Trace, Brian, beautiful. I need Trace, if I can get you in turn 4, and then we'll be good to go here. All right, guys, go ahead and roll them around, 7 car.
Nate Young. Silas Jason Boehner.
7-car heat
Darren DeForest. Eric Nate Hart.
for this
1
one.
minute to the start of the race. Preston Brown. Jim Garambe. Tracy Collins.
Going 30 laps.
45
Lineup
seconds to
for
the start
it's
of the
gonna
race.
be Nate Young, Preston Brown, Eric Neidhart, Tracy Collins, Darren DeForest, Jim Garambe, and Silas. I'm going to screw that last name up. I'm not even going to try.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
When you are warmed up, go ahead and park them on, not on the back straight. Go ahead and park them in turn number 3 for me. All right, guys, the lineup again. Nate, Preston, Eric, Tracy, Darren,
15 seconds
Jim,
to the start of the race.
Silas. Go ahead, roll them around. Again,
Less than
lineup,
5.
Nate, Preston, Eric, Tracy, Darren, Jim, Silas. And we'll go green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. 30-lap heat race here. Watching turn number 4. Watching the bottom of 4. Watching the bottom of 4. Bottom of 4. It is clear. Pile up. In turn number 4 early on. Gonna put Silas out front. Someone possibly losing a battery strap. This could get real interesting if a battery comes flying out of one of these things. 6 laps in, Nate Young out front. Silas in the 2, Preston, Eric, Tracy, Darren, and Jim. No one losing a battery just yet. Watching turn 1, watching turn 1 go high in turn 1, high in turn number 1, high in turn number 1. It is clear. It's Silas out front. Preston in the 2. Nate down to the 3. Watch out of turn number 2. Watch out of turn 2. Watch out of turn 2. Turn 2's clear. We're halfway, drivers. 15 laps in, 15 to go. 15 laps in, 15 to go for Silas. 4.5 seconds up on Preston. Tracy in that 2. Now Nate up to the 3. Tracy in the 4. Eric, Darren, and Jim. Silas and Preston separated by 2.9. Watch on the back straight, back straight, back straight. Back straightaway is clear. Watching turn 3. Turn 3 is clear. 10 to go, 10 to go. Preston Brown taking the lead from Silas there. Didn't see what happened. Bad lap, though, from Silas. Watch the back straight. Go high on the back straight, high on the back straight, high on the back straight. Back straight is clear. 5 to go, 5 to go, drivers. Preston Brown out front. He's 5 up on Silas. Eric in that 3. Tracy in the 4. Nate down to the 5. Darren and Jim rounding out your field. 3 to go, 3 to go, drivers. 3 to go. And white flag lap here for Preston.
Preston Brown done.
And when you cross the line, you will be done.
Silas Jason Boehner done.
You will be
Nate
done.
Young done. Darren DeForest done. Eric Nate Hart done. Tracy Collins done. Jim Garambe done. The race is
Preston
completed.
taking the win. Silas in the 2. Eric 3. Tracy, Darren, Nate, and Jim. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, if I can get you back out onto the track to corner marshal. Race number 3. First heat of Bomber, you guys are up next. First heat of Bomber, you guys are up next. You know, Marshall in turn number 3. Marshall in turn number 3. And drivers, you guys can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
Man on fire. 1 minute to the start of the race.
And I got my Marshall spots covered. Thank you, drivers.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Borden.
As looking for a check
15 seconds to
here
the start of the
out
race.
of Keith and Rob. Keith and Rob.
Keith Hargis. Less than 5.
Lineup for this one going to be Scott, Rob, Keith, Anton. Scott, Rob, Keith, Anton. Give Rob a few seconds here. You going to make it, Rob? Again, lineup going to be Scott, Rob, Keith, Anton. I'll let him check in here and we'll get rolling.
RBD Rob.
All right, guys, line them up on the back tray. Scott, Rob, Keith, Anton. Scott, Rob, Keith, Anton. Go ahead and roll them around. Bunch them up. We'll go green on this time. We'll go green this time. And green flag. Race number 4, second heat of Bomber. You guys are going to be up next. Going 25 laps here in Bomber. Out front early going to be Anton, followed by Rob, Keith, and Scott. Battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Anton and Rob. Anton in the all red, Rob in the green, yellow, and red. Down the front straight, separated by 3/10 that lap. 15 laps to go. Rob to the inside of Anton going into 1. Going to take the lead. And Anton right back the next lap. Same spot. So it's still Anton out front. Rob in the 2. Bourdon chipping away, though, at their lead. Bourdon in that 3. He's right on the back bumper there, getting around Rob. And trying to get around Anton here. And battle for the lead down the front straight. Bourdon to the inside of Anton. Anton and Rob getting tangled together there in turn 2. No harm, no foul there. 8 laps to go, 7 to go now for Bourdon. 1 second up on Anton. Battle for the 2 gonna be down the front straight, Anton and Rob. The closest battle on the track, they are separated by 1.5 seconds with 4 laps to go. Rob only 9/10 back now. Rob doing everything he can, trying to catch Anton here. White flag lap here for Scott.
Scott Borden done.
When you cross the line,
RBD
you will
Rob
be
done.
done. When you cross the line, you will
Keith
be
Hargis
done.
done.
Scott
Man
Bourdon
on
taking
fire
1,
done.
Anton in the 2, Rob and Keith.
The race is
And
completed.
That is a race. Drivers, marshals, grab your blowers. Drivers from the last one, if I can get all 4 of you back out onto the track to corner marshal. And race number 4, second and last heat of Bomber. You guys are up next. All right, I've got Anton out there. If I can get Scott,
Brian Wells,
Rob, and Keith. I've got Rob, I've got Scott, and I've got Keith. Perfect, guys. If I can get one of you in turn 3 and one of you in turn 2 here.
Rod Luke,
All right, guys, roll them
Matt
around,
Workman.
check them in. Roll them around, check them in. 4-car heat for this one. Lineup gonna be Tracy, Matt, Brian, and Rod. Tracy,
1 minute
Matt,
to the start of the race.
Brian, Rod.
Tracy Collins,
You guys can keep warming them up. When you guys are good, go ahead and just pull them off the top of turn number 3. Don't park them on the back straightaway. Top of turn number 3. And we will be good
45
to go
seconds to the
here.
start of the race.
All right, Tracy, Matt, Brian, and Rod. Go ahead and roll them around, roll them around. And we'll go green next time by, green next time. All right,
30 seconds
green
to the
out
start
of
of the
3
race.
and 4, green out of 3 and 4, green flag. Again, this is race number 4. Watch coming out of turn 4. Watch out of turn number 4. Out front early going to be Tracy with Matt Warman, Rod, and Brian rounding out your field. 5 laps in, 20 to go. 5 laps in, 20 to go for Tracy. Tracy 1 second up on Matt. Oh, and Tracy getting it wrong in turn number 2. But collecting Matt. So gap staying about the same, 1.4 back for Wortman. Rod going to be in that 3, Brian in that 4. Rough start from Brian, but he is chipping away at their lead. And 12 laps in, 13 to go, about halfway drivers, 12 and 13 to go. 12 and 13 to go for Tracy. 1.4 up on Wortman. Fast lap on the track, gonna be Matt, 4.854. Watching turn 3 and 4, turn 3 and 4. Brian collecting Matt there. 15 and 10 to go. 10 to go drivers. Tracy's still gonna be out front, 3.8 up on Matt. Matt 3.6 up on Rod, and Rod 5 up on Brian. New fast lap on the track for Tracy. Only 3 thousandths faster than Matt, but it is 3 thousandths faster. Race number 5, Outlaw Street Stock. Colin and James, you guys are up next. You blew your speed control up. It works? Well then, Scott, you're in the next race too. I like it. And white flag lap here for Tracy.
Tracy Collins done.
And when you cross the line,
Brian
you
Wells
will
done.
be done.
Rod Luke done.
Waiting for Matt. Waiting
Matt
for
Workman done.
Matt. And that is a
The race
race
is completed.
drivers. Tracy Collins taking the win. Matt Workman the 2. Rod 3 and Brian Wells 4. Drivers back out on the track to corner marshal, please. Marshals, if I can get you to grab your blowers, thank you. Race number 5. Outlaw Street Stock and Late Model. You guys are up next. I will give Scott a second to grab his car. And if I can get the drivers from the last one back out onto the track to corner marshal, please. I was just making sure. All right, I've got Tracy. He is in turn number 4. I've got Brian. I've got Matt. And then if I can get Rod as well. We've got all of our marshals. I'll let Rod get over to turn 3. You guys can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
Forrest Grubb. James Rodriguez. 1 minute to the start of the
A
race.
little short. I'll let Scott get up there, get checked in here.
"45 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Borden. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
Lineup will be James, Colin, Scott. James, Colin, and Scott. Go ahead, roll them around.
15 seconds to the start
We're
of the
going to
race.
go green this time by. There's only 3 of you. Green out of 3 and 4. Green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. James going to be leading us out here. Colin and Scott banging doors in 3 and 4. James running the late model. Scott and Colin running the Outlaw Street Stock. Ten laps in, 15 to go. 10 laps in, 15 to go for James. Scott going to be in that 2. Colin in the 3. James and Scott matching identical fast laps. 4.200. Fast lap on the track for James and Scott. Colin with a 4.31. 13 in, 15 and 10 to go. 15 and 10 to go. James and Scott separated by about 2 seconds here. James now hot lapping Scott. 4.175 from James. And 5 to go. 5 to go, drivers. And white flag lap here for James. And when you
James
cross
Rodriguez
the
done.
line, you are going to be
Borden
done.
done.
James taking the win. Scott
Forrest Grubb
Borden
done.
in that 2. Colin Buse in the 3.
The race is completed.
And that is a race. Drivers, marshals, grab your blowers, please. The drivers from the last one, if I can get you back out onto the track to corner marshal, and if I can get 1 volunteer. Race number 6, first heat of 21.5 Street Stock. You guys are gonna be up next. All right, looks like all my marshal spots are covered. Drivers, go ahead and roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
Darren DeForest. Jamie Brown. "1 minute to the start of the race.
4-car dance for this one. Lineup will be Jamie, Rod, Keith, and Darren. Jamie, Rod, Keith, and Darren.
45 seconds to the start of the race. Rod looked.
No rush drivers. When you guys do feel comfortable, go ahead and pull them off to the top of turn number 3. Once all of you have pulled off, then we will get this
Keith Hargis.
race rolling.
30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, no more laps. Line up Jamie, Rod, Keith, Darren. Jamie, Rod, Keith, Darren. Go ahead and roll 'em around, Mr. Brown.
Less than 5.
Get them bunched up, and we'll go green out of 3 and 4. Green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Rod going to be taking the early lead here. Darren going to be in that 2, Keith and Jamie. That'll be Keith, Jamie, and Darren in that 4. Rod still out front. 5 laps in, 20 to go. 5 laps in, 20 to go for Rod. Jamie going to be in that 2. He's 2 seconds back. Fast up on the track going to be Mr. Jamie Brown, 4.646. Lap number 5. 8 laps in, 17 to go. 8 laps in, 17 to go for Rod. Down the front straight, orange and black number 6. And if I had to guess, Rod would be a Mark Martin fan based off of his bomber body. Number 6 Valvoline car. He's got the number 6 on the street stock as well. Jamie Brown going to be in that 2, 1.5 back from Rod. Keith going to be in that 3, Darren in the 4. And 10 to go. 10 to go drivers. Battle for the lead heating up. Jamie within a second here. He's 7/10 back. But Jamie getting collected there, looks like, with a lap car. Couldn't tell who that was. Maybe Keith. Unsure. And 20 laps in and 5 to go. Now 4 to go for Rod. And that'd be Jamie in the 2, Keith in that 3, Darren in the 4. Closest battle on track, Jamie and Keith. They're separated by 1.5. 2 to go. 2 to go drivers. That was Darren, I believe.
Rod looked done.
And when you cross
Keith
the line, you
Hargis
will
done.
be done. When you cross the line, you will
Darren
be
DeForest
done.
done.
Rod taking the
Jamie
win on
Brown
that
done.
one. Jamie going to be in the 2. Keith and Darren rounding out
The race
your
is
field.
completed.
That is a race. Drivers, marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one back out onto the track to corner marshal. And race number 7, second heat of 21.5 street stock. You guys are going to be up next. Another 4-car heat for this one. I need marshals from the last one. I've got Jamie, Darren, I've got Keith, and we'll get Rod out there, and here he is. Need Marshall, perfect. Go ahead, roll them around, guys, roll them around. Again, this is a 4-car heat. A lineup for
Jim
this one
Barambe.
going to be Zach, Jim,
Darren Noyes.
Preston, Darren.
Preston Brown.
Zach,
Zach
Jim,
Navarez.
Preston, Darren. Again, 25 lap E-race for this one.
1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys. Zach, Jim, Preston, Darren, go ahead, roll them around, roll them around.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
A little bit here, bunch them up, bunch them up, bunch them up. And we will go green out of 3 and 4. Green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. We're on 25 laps here. Race number 8, last heat of street stock. You guys are going to be up next. That is race number 8. You guys are going to be up next. We are 5 laps into this one. Zach going to be out front. Jim, Darren, and Preston. Leader down the back straight, red and black. Jim going to be in that 2. He's going to be pinkish purple and black. Darren in that 3, Preston in the 4. Ten laps in, 15 to go. 10 and 15 to go. Zach out front, 1.6 up on Jim. 15 and 10 to go. 15 and 10 to go. 15 and 10 to go. Zach, Jim, Darren, and Preston. Everyone separated by about 2.5 seconds down the board. No real close battles here. And 5 to go. 5 to go, drivers. Still Zach out front. Jim still 2.5 back. Darren 3.5 back from Jim. Preston 4 back from Darren. And 3 to go. 3 to go, drivers. And white flag lap here for Zach.
Zach Navarro is done.
Time when he crosses the
Darren
line,
Moy
he will
done.
be done.
Preston Brown done.
And that is
Jim
a
Goram
race
done.
driver. Zach taking the win. Jim in the 2. Darren in the 3. Preston
The race is
4.
completed.
That's a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers. Thank you. Drivers from the last one back out onto the track to corner marshal. I will need all 4 of you onto the track. Race number 8, last heat of street stock. You guys are up next.
Bobby Searle. Mike Lewis. Keith Atkins. Eric Nadehart. 1 minute to the start of the race.
Need a marshal in turn number 2 here. Thank you, Jim.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Give Anton a second here. Okay.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
No start from Anton, so it'll be 4-car race. Keith, Bobby, Mike, Eric. Keith, Bobby, Mike, Eric. Go ahead, roll them around, guys. We'll go green the next time. We'll go green this time by now. Green
15
this
seconds to
time
the start
out
of the
3
race.
and 4. Green flag. Atkins out front early. He's going to be 7/10 up on Cyril. Mike Lewis in that 3. Eric Neidhart in the 4. Again, no start from Anton in that 5. Closest battle on the track, Atkins and Cyril, separated by about 9/10. Fast lap on the track going to be Atkins, 4.329 out of Atkins. Bobby only 1 second back. Then it'll be Mike in that 3, Eric in the 4. 10 laps in, or 12 laps in, 13 to go, 12 in, 13 to go. Keith down the back straight, orange and blue, number 38. Cyril gonna be in the red and white 33. They are separated by 1.2 that last lap. Now 1.3 and Cyril getting it upside down in 2. Not gonna drop him down a lap, but about 4 seconds. Yep, 4.3 back from Atkins with 6 to go now. Lewis in that 3, Neidhart in the 4. 5 to go, 5 to go drivers. And 2 to go for Atkins here. White flag lap for Keith. And when you cross the line, you'll be done. Keith the only one done. Keith the only one done. And
Eric Neidhart
that
done.
is a
Mike
race
Lewis done.
drivers.
Bobby Searle
Keith,
done.
Bobby,
The race
Mike,
is completed.
and Eric. That is a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. If I can get those 4 drivers back out on the track to corner marshal. And race number 9. 360 sprint car, you guys are up next as heat number 1. Bobby was back-to-back, so if I can get a volunteer corner marshal, I can get a volunteer corner marshal and then those drivers from the last one. Thank you, Anton. I appreciate it. 3-car race for this one. Colton, Billy, and Bobby. Again, I'll give Bobby a second here. He was back-to-back. I've got Mike. I've got Keith. Thank you, Anton. And Eric is in turn 1. Beautiful. Scott, you are not in this race. You're in the next one. All right, guys.
1 minute to the start of the race.
And roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
Bobby Searle. Colton Davis. Billy Bowerman Jr.
Lineup will be
45
Colton,
seconds to the start of the
Billy,
race.
Bobby, Colton, Billy, and Bobby. When you guys are good, just go ahead and park them up in the top of 3 for me. Once you're all up there, I know it's good. All right.
30 seconds
Colton,
to the start
Billy,
of the race.
and Bobby, go ahead, roll them around, guys. We'll go green next time, green next time. And green out of 3 and 4, green out of 3 and 4.
15 seconds to the
Green
start of the race.
flag. Colton going to be leading us out early. We're going, go 30 laps here. Get that updated real quick. Out front early going to be Colton. Billy in that 2, Bobby in the 3. Everyone's separated real evenly. 7/10 across the board. Ten laps in, 20 to go. 10 laps in, 20 to go. Still Davis out front. Bowerman still in the 2, Bobby in that 3. Fast lap on the track going to be Colton 3929. All 3 drivers in the 39s. Watch turn 4. Turn 4 is clear. Turn 4 is clear. Halfway, 15 in, 15 to go. 15 in, 15 to go. Davis stretching his lead to about 2.5 now up on Bowerman. Bobby, though, only half a second back in that 3 to Bowerman. And 10 to go drivers, 10 laps to go. Battle for the 2 down the front straight. Bowerman and Cyril. Separated by 8/10. Going into turn 3. Only 3/10 that lap. So Cyril making a late race charge on Bowerman with 5 to go. Bowerman gapping Cyril just a bit. I don't think there's enough time with only 2 laps to go here. But Cyril closing up again on Bowerman. And white flag lap for them. Colton, you are done. Colton, you are done. And Cyril getting it wrong on the back straight. Bowerman, you are done in the 2. Cyril, you are done in the 3. And that is a race drivers. Really close battles in that one. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. If I can get those 3 drivers and 1 volunteer for the next one. And race number 10, second heat. 13.5 sprint car. You guys are up next. You are in this one, Scott. I've got Bobby out there. I've got Colton. I've got Eric as a volunteer. Thank you, Eric. And if I can get
Scott Borden.
1, yeah, if I can get 1 in turn 4. Oh, Billy's out
Just
there.
Borden.
Thank you,
Jamie
Anton.
Smith.
Heads up on the front straight. You
Keith
guys
Atkins.
can roll them around, check them in. Line up for this one. Darren,
1 minute to the start
Keith,
of the race.
Scott, Jamie. Darren, Keith, Scott, and Jamie. Turn 1 and 2, turn 1 and 2, turn 1 and 2, turn 1 and 2. Clear. Again,
45
Darren,
seconds to the start
Keith,
of the race.
Scott, Jamie. Darren, Keith, Scott, Jamie. Go ahead, roll them around, guys. We'll roll them around. If we get them bunched up, we'll go green this time. We'll go green this time. Out of 3 and 4,
30 seconds to the start
flag.
of the race.
Beautiful start out of this one. Only going to be out front Atkins in that 2, fast up on the track. Only 3.912. Only an Atkins separated by 4/10. Bourdon only half a second back. Jamie 1 second back from Bourdon. Darren, though, trying to gap. Watching turn 2, watch turn 2, turn 2, turn 2 is clear. That was Atkins and Smith getting collected there. But it was a rough lap for Bourdon as well, so only still out front. Atkins going to be in that 2. Atkins 5.2 back from Only. Bourdon going to be in that 3. He's only 7/10 back from Atkins, so battle for the 2 down the back straight. Atkins and Bourdon. Smith only 1.1 out back from that battle. Only 5.7 now up. We're 18 laps in, 12 to go. 18 laps in, 12 to go. Atkins still in that 2, Bourdon in that 3. There's still less than a second separating them. Only 8 laps to go for him. Down the front straight for the black and green 47. Atkins blue and orange 38. Watch the back straight. Back straight is clear. Back straight is clear. That was Bourdon getting turned around there. And 3 to go. No real battles on the track. Everyone's separated here. And white flag lap here for Darren. And
Just
when you cross
done.
the line, you will be done.
Keith Atkins
Only
done.
taking the win.
Jamie
Atkins,
Smith done.
Bourdon, and Smith.
The race is completed.
That is a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, if I can get all 4 of you back out onto the track. To corner marshal, please. And race number 11, 410 sprint car. You guys are up next. 3-car race for this one, so I will need another volunteer corner marshal after this race has concluded. I will need a volunteer marshal after this race has concluded. Kyle's out. It's a 2-car race. Like all
DJ Bice. James Rodriguez.
2-car race for this one. I'm assuming Davis has his car blown apart right now. All right, so there's going to be Bice and Rodriguez. Bice and Rodriguez. When you guys are good, go ahead and just park them in 3, and we will get this race
1 minute to
going.
the start of the race.
It'll be Bice on the 1, Rodriguez 2. Again, 2-car race. Go ahead and roll them around. We'll go green this time. Green this time out of 3 and 4. Green flag. We'll see Davis in round number 2. Kyle's got his car tore apart. 2-car race for this one. Bice and Rodriguez. Bice going to be in the 5-star. Rodriguez in the GFRP. .30-lap heat race for this one. Bice half a second up on Rodriguez. Fast lap on the track. Going to be Bice 3.869 for DJ. James 3.901. Fast lap on the track for him. And Rodriguez breaking down, so we're going to let this one go. We've got 13 laps for DJ here. And 10 to go, 10 to go. I am going to need a handful of volunteers for the next one. I will have DJ and James. If I can get Kyle, thank you, Kyle, and then I will need a volunteer. Thank you, Tracy. Got my marshal spots covered. Perfect. 4 to go, 4 to go. A little bit of a rough lap here. Doesn't necessarily matter for DJ, though. And white flag here, and that is a race.
DJ Bice done. The race is completed.
DJ, James, Kyle. Marshals, grab your blowers. Thank you. Drivers, I've got all my marshal spots already covered. Beautiful. Had it covered before the last race even finished. I've got James in turn 3. Tracy's got turn number 4. I'll get Kyle in turn 1 or 2, and then I'll have a DJ in the other. Four-car race for this one.
Pro E.
Yeah, I'll do.
Jackson Brunson.
I'm going to resort.
Tim Long.
Just top to bottom, like wherever you finished, you'll invert where you finish. And then I'll print them. And then, so probably only 10 minutes at most. But yeah, I'll have a little bit of a break, yeah.
Mike Malmgren.
All right, marshal spots covered. Lineup, Kowalski, Malmgren, Brunson, Long.
One minute to the start of the race.
Ethan, Mike, Jackson, Tim. Ethan, Mike, Jackson, Tim. Roll them around. Roll them around. We will go green this time out of 3 and 4. And green flag. Kowalski going to be leading us out. Malmgren in the 2. Brunson a little loose out of 4. No harm, no foul. Long not close enough to capitalize. but it's going to be Kowalski out front. Fast lap on the track, 3:79 for Kowalski. Mike going to be in that 2. Brunson only 4/10 back from Mike. Battle for the 2 down the front straight. Mike in the 8, Jackson in the 38. Ooh, Jackson getting hooked up on the inside berm in 4. It's going to drop him back a touch. 12 laps in, now 13 laps in, 17 to go for Kowalski. Kowalski flipping over in 2, no harm, no foul. It is going to see Mike now only 8/10 back from Ethan. Brunson going to be in that 3, he's 2.2 back from Mike. Fast lap on the track, going to be Ethan still 3:73. Brunson with a 3:84, Mike with a 3:94. 20 laps in, 10 to go. 20 laps in, 10 to go. Kowalski, Malmgren, Brunson. And early retirement from Long there. Four to go. Everyone's spread out here in this one. 2.5 seconds down the field. And across the line you will be done. Kowalski taking the win in
Mike
that one.
Malmgren done.
Mike
Jackson
in the
Brunson
2,
done.
Jackson 3, Tim in the 4, and
The race
that
is completed.
is a race. Drivers, marshals, if you can, grab your blowers, blow off the track for me. Race number 1, round number 2. You'll be up in about 10 minutes. I gotta do a little resort here, and I will get the new heat sheets printed out, posted on the wall. You can check them on Live RC as well. Race 1, you're going to be up in about 5 minutes. Race 1, going to be up in about 5 minutes. That'll be Run What You Brung.
Four minutes to the start of the race. 3 minutes to the start of the race. Two minutes to the start of the race. Matt Wordman. One minute to the start of the race. Trace Wells. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, if I can get
Mike Lewis.
Marshals from race number 12. Marshals from race number 12. You guys can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Brian Wells.
If I can get Marshals from Outlaw Sprint Car from race number 12.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
I need a volunteer. I know Ethan is in the shop, so I'll need a
Less than 5.
volunteer marshal, and I'll need the rest of the Outlaw Sprint drivers. I've got drivers checked in this one. All right, I need a marshal in turn number 1. I'm marshal in turn 1. Tim is on his way. Thank you, Tim. Lineup for this one, gonna be Harlem, Jackson, Mike, Trace, Matt, Brian. Okay, go ahead and roll them around. And green flag. Watch turn 2. Clear. Mike gonna be out front. Brian gonna be in that 2. Matt in the 3 and Trace in the 4. Watch turn one, turn one, turn one. Clear. It's going to be Mike Lewis out front. 9/10 up on Brian Wells. Trace Wells going to be in that 3. He's only 1.8 back from Brian. Matt going to be in the 4. Front straight away, go inside or outside. I don't know if that was Matt or Trace that split the gap between those two, but that was pretty cool. All right, we are 19 laps in, 6 laps to go. 19 laps in and 6 laps to go. Mike Lewis out front. Oh, Brian Wells now taking over the lead from Mike. A battle for the lead down the back straightaway now. Brian going to be red, white, and blue. Mike Lewis going to be in the stadium truck. Matt in the white and orange.
Brian Wells done.
Looks like.
Matt Workman done.
And when you
Mike
cross
Lewis
line, you will be done. When you cross line, you will be done. And that is a race driver.
The race is completed.
Brian Wells, you're going to be taking the win. Mike Lewis in the 2. Matt Workman in the 3. Trace Wells in the 4. Harlem Jackson, and that is a race. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one. If I can get 4 of you back out onto the track to corner marshal. Race number 2 is going to be, the tracks as modified. You guys are up next.
Tracy Collins.
Jim, it was definitely a lap time thing, for sure. You were going faster than 5 flat, I feel like. Yeah. All right, guys. I've got marshal spots covered. It was pretty good. It looked really good. All right, guys, marshal spots covered. Thank you, drivers. Go ahead and roll them around, check them in, guys. Roll them around, check them in.
1 minute to the start of the race. Preston Brown, Jim Gorambe, Darren DeForest, Nate Young, Silas Gisenbainer, Eric Nadehart.
Watch turn 4, guys. We got a couple cars stuck together
45
there.
seconds to the start of the race.
All right, no more laps. Line them up on the back straightaway for me.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Nate Young, you're going to be on the 1. Darren, you're going to be on the 2. Tracy, you'll be on the 3. Eric will be on the 4. Silas on the 5. Preston on the 6. And Jim on the 7.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Bunch them up, guys. Bunch them up for me. Oh, okay. All right, there we go. All right, we'll go green this time. Green this time, and
Less than 5.
we're going green next time. Bunch them back up for me. Bunch them back up, and we'll go one more. And green flag. Front straight, front straight, front straight, front straight, front straight. Go high, go high, go high, go high. Straightaway's clear. Darren getting it wrong there. Out front early, going to be Nate Young. Jim going to be in that 2. Preston in the 3. Going to be Eric, Tracy, Silas, and Darren. And your leader getting it stuck on the pipe in the back straightaway. That's going to put Jim. Jim going to move up to the lead. Oh, we got a broken car. Back straight. Broken car on a back straight. Broken car. That was Darren. No, that was Jim. That was Jim breaking down there. It looks like breaking a right rear hub or an arm off the car. $15 laps in, 10 to go. 15 and 10 to go for Nate Young. Preston Brown in that 2. Eric in the 3. Now Silas up to 3. Eric in the 4. Tracy, Darren, and Jim off the track there early. Watching turn 2. Watch turn 2 is clear. 5 to go for Nate. Everyone pretty spread out. Closest battle going to be between Tracy and Darren. They're half a second back. Watch 2. It is clear. Back straight is clear. And white flag lap for Nate.
Nate Young done. Eric Nate Hart done.
And Nate, you are done. When you cross the line, you will
Preston
be
Brown
done. When you cross
Tracy
the line,
Collins
you will
done.
be done.
Silas Gisene done.
That
DeForest
is a
done.
race. Nate Young taking the win. Preston Brown in the 2. Silas in the 3. Eric in the 4. Tracy and Darren.
The race is completed.
That is a race. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one back out to the track to corner marshal. Race number 3. Bomber, you are up next. Matt, can you go to turn 3? Yeah. It still looked cool. Thank you, Matt. Alrighty, guys. Race number 3, first heat of Bomber. You guys are up next. I've got... I need a marshal in turn number 3. If I can get a marshal in 3. And you guys can roll them around, check them in.
Keith Hargis. RBD Rob. Man on fire. 1 minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race. Scott Borden. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, go ahead and line them up on the back straightaway. Keith on the 1, Rob on the 2, Anton and Scott. Go ahead and roll them around.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
We'll go green this time. Green this time out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Beautiful start out of this one. It's not something I get to say often with the Bomber class. Usually sounds like that. A lot of Lexan crunching going on in this class. Out front early gonna be Bourdon, but gonna be more set now. Bourdon dropping all the way down to the 4, picking off Keith there, getting 1 spot back. We are 8 laps in, 17 to go for Anton. Anton 1 second up on Rob. Rob half a second on Scott. Fast lap on the track. It's going to be Scott, 4.788. Now Rob, 4.7 flat. Closest battle on track top three down the straightaway. Rob, Anton, and Scott. Anton getting back around Rob and Scott as well. So it'll be Anton, Scott, and Rob down the front straightaway. 15 laps in, 10 to go. 15 laps in, 10 to go. Rob trying to find the inside on Scott there. Biking it up on two wheels instead. Gonna drop him back about 3-4 seconds. Battle for the lead down the front straight. Bourdon looking at the inside of Anton. Anton crossing him back up in 1 and 2. Anton traction rolling in 1 and 2. No harm, no foul. Still out front. 10th over Bourdon. 5 to go. 5 to go. Battle for the lead down the back straight. Anton and Scott. They're separated by half a second with 3 to go. 3 to go. Bourdon biking it, getting gathered back up, but gonna lose some time. Rob gonna gain a little bit of time back.
Man on fire done. Scott Bourdon done.
Anton taking the
Rob
win
done.
in that one. Bourdon, Rob, and
Keith Harvey's done.
That is a race driver.
The race is completed.
All stop, all stop. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, get you back out onto the track to corner marshal. Race number 4. Second heat of Bomber. You guys are up next. Get all 4 of my drivers back out on the track to corner marshal. All right, Anton's in 4. I got
1 minute to the start of the
3.
race.
Got 1 and 2 covered. All right, guys, go to roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
Brian Wells. Tracy Collins. Matt Wordman. Rod Look. 45 seconds to the start of the race.
Lineup for this one will be Brian, Rod, Matt, and Tracy. Brian, Rod, Matt, Tracy. If you guys are good, go ahead and line them up on the back straightaway for me. If not, keep going.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
No worries. Again, it is Brian, Rod, Matt, Tracy. Brian, Rod, Matt, Tracy. Go ahead and roll them around. Roll them around. We'll go green out of 3 and 4. Green
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Carnage on the first lap here. Gonna put Tracy out front early. He's 2.5 up on Rod. Matt gonna be in that 3, Brian in the 4. I should say Trace in the 4. 5 laps in, 20 to go. 5 laps in, 20 to go. Closest battle on the track, Rod and Matt. They are separated by half a second. Now Rod only, it was a 10th back from Tracy, but Tracy getting it upside down that lap. It's gonna drop him down to the 3, so Rod gonna move out front. He's 6/10 up on Matt. Matt's gonna be in that 2. He is 3.2 up on Tracy. 11 laps in, 14 to go. 11 laps in, 14 to go for Matt now out front. He's only a 10th up on Rod. Battle for the lead down the back straightaway. Matt in the 0-1, Rod in the 6. Tracy going to be in that 3, Brian in the 4. Battle for lead down the front straight. Rod to the inside of Matt. Gets the lead there. Battle for lead down the front straightaway. And 6 to go this time by 6 to go. 2/10 up for Rod over Matt. Matt trying to find the inside in 3 and 4. Couldn't find it. Trying to cross up Rod down the back straight. And 2 to go this time by Rod catching the inside. And Matt couldn't make the pass stick there. And white flag lap here for Rod. Matt in the 2, Tracy, Brian.
Rod looked done.
And when you cross the line, you will be
Brian Wells
done.
done.
That
Matt
is
Workman
a
done.
race
Tracy Collins done.
Rod taking the win. Matt
The
in
race is
that 2,
completed.
Tracy in the 3, Brian in the 4. That's a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, if I can get you guys back to the track to corner marshal. And race number 5. Gonna be Outlaw Street Stock and the Lone Late Model. You guys are up next.
Forrest Grump. James Rodriguez.
Drivers from the last one. If I can get you back to the track to corner marshal, I've got Tracy. I've got Rod. I've got I need a marshal in turn number 4, and I need a marshal in turn number 4. Just a marshal in 4. Now we are good. Brian, get me in 3
1 minute
there.
to the start of the
Thank
race.
you, drivers. You can roll them around, check them in. Again, this is race number 5. Race number 6.
Gordon.
First heat of street stock. You guys are going to be up next. That is 21.5 street stock. You guys are going to be up next.
45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right. Lineup for this one will be Buse, Bourdon, Rodriguez. Buse, Bourdon, Rodriguez down the back straightaway for me.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Go ahead and roll them around, guys. Go green this time. Green this time out of 3 and 4. Green flag. 25 lap heat race here. Buse going to be leading us out. Bourdon in that 2. Rodriguez in the 3. Out front early going to be Bourdon. Fast lap on the track, 4:2:07 out of Bourdon. Bourdon got that Outlaw Street Stock hooked up. 4:092. Fast lap on the track for Scott. That is cooking. We are 11 in. Now 12 in, 13 to go. 12 and 13 to go. Bourdon getting it wrong into 3, so it'll allow Rodriguez by. So Bourdon only 1.1 back now. Buse in the 3. He's only 1.3 back from Bourdon. Close race here in late model and Outlaw Street Stock. Bourdon hanging tough in the street stock. Rodriguez in the late model. Down the front straight. Separated by 0.5. 5 to go. 5 to go. Bourdon. A little too aggressive into 3. I was going to drop him back to about 3 seconds back. White flag lap here for Rodriguez.
James Rodriguez done.
And that
Scott
is
Gordon done.
time. Driving across the line, you will be done.
Forrest Grump done.
And that's a race. Rodriguez taking the win. Bourdon in the 2. Buse in the 3.
The race is completed.
Marshals, grab your blowers. Thank you. Race number 6. First heat of 21.5 Street Stock. You guys are up next. Drivers from the last one, get you onto the track to corner marshal, please. I will need a volunteer corner marshal. I've got Bourdon, Buse, and Rodriguez. If I can get a volunteer corner marshal, looks like in turn number 3. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that, sir.
Jamie Brown.
And drivers, you can roll them out, check them in. Roll them out, check them in. Okay, thank you, Anton. Anton.
Darren DeForest. Keith Hargis. Rod Luft. One minute to the start of the race.
All right. We get a couple more laps. Got some
45 seconds to the start of the race.
So give it a couple to break in here. Watch turn 1. Lineup for this one will be Darren on the 1, Keith 2, Jamie 3, Rod
30 seconds 4. To the start of the race.
All right, guys, go ahead and line them up on the back straightaway. Again, it's Darren, Keith, Jamie, Rod. Go ahead and roll them around.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
We'll go one more lap.
Less than 5.
And we'll go green out of 3 and 4. Green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Another nice start out of the street stocks here. Looks like Brown and DeForest getting tangled there in 4. Out front early gonna be Rod, Keith in that 2, Darren in 3, Jamie in the 4. 5 laps in, 20 to go. 5 laps in, 20 to go. Still Rod out front. Brown now up to the 2. He's 3.2 back. Darren in that 3. He's 1.1 back from Brown. But everyone chasing the black and orange number 6 of Rod. 10 laps in, 15 to go. 10 in, 15 to go. Watching turn 4. It is clear. Leader down the front straight. 2 seconds up on Brown. Fast lap on the track, though, is Brown, 4.527. And he's chipping away at the lead here as Rod gets in a little bit of traffic here. So battle for the lead down the back straightaway now. Brown only 7/10 back from Rod with 8 laps to go here. Leader in the black and orange, second in the all gray. Five to go for Rod. Oh, and Rod getting tangled with DeForest there. So that's going to be Brown getting by. It's going to be Brown out front, Rod in that 2, Keith in the 3, Darren 4, 2 to go. There's white flag lap here actually for Brown, and when you cross the line, you will be done.
Rod looked done.
Jamie Brown taking
done.
them in, Rod
Keith
in the
Hargis
2,
done.
Keith in the 3, Darren in the 4.
The race is completed.
And that is a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, I would get all of you back out to the track to corner marshal. And race number 7, second heat of 21.5 Street Stock. You guys are up next. I need a marshal in turn number 4. No, I need 1 and 4 still. And 3. I need all 4 of you from this one, I think.
1 minute to the start of the race.
All right. Go to roll them around, drivers. Roll them around, roll them around.
Preston Brown. Darren Noyes. Jim Garambe. Zach Navarez. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, line up for this one. Going to be Preston, Darren, Jim, and Zach. Preston,
15 seconds to
Darren,
the start of the race.
Jim, Zach. Go ahead and roll them around, guys.
Less than 5.
We'll go green out of 3 and 4 this time, and green flag. "25 lap heat race here. Going to be Jim out front early, Darren in that 2. There's now Zach out front, Jim in the 2. Darren 3, Preston 4. Preston and Darren getting tangled in 4. No harm, no foul there. 6 laps in. Now 7 laps in, 18 to go. Fast lap on the track, 4.399 out of Zach. Garambe going to be in that 2 spot. 6/10 back, and Preston Brown in that 3. Darren in the 4. Closest battle on the track going to be for that lead spot. 7/10 separating your top 2. Down the front straight for Zach and Jim. We are 11 laps to go. Now 10 to go. 15 and 10 to go. 15 in and 10 to go. Zach and Jim matching lap times here. No one gaining, no one really losing. Oh, and Garambe getting tangled with a lapper there. So we're going to drop him back to about 3 seconds back off the lead here. And 5 to go, now 4 to go. Fast lap, 4.36 out of Navarez, 4.4 out of Garambe, 4.5 out of Brown and Noyes, and 2 to go, drivers. And white flag lap here for Zach.
Zach Navarez done.
And that is time. When you cross the line, you will be
Preston
done.
Brown done.
When you cross the line, you will be
Darren Noyes
done.
done.
And
Jim
that
Garambe done.
is a race driver.
The race is completed.
Zach taking the win, Jim in the 2, Preston 3, Darren 4. Marshals, grab your blowers. Drivers from the last one, get you back out to the track. I will need all 4 of you out on the track to corner marshal. And race number 8, last heat of 21.5 street stock. You guys are up next. Last heat of 21.5 street stock. You guys are up next. That is race number 8.
Bobby Searle. Mike Lewis.
Hold your cars, guys. Hold your cars. Hold your cars. Need a marshal in turn number 4. Thank you, Darren. Alrighty, drivers. Go to roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
1 minute to the start of the race.
4-car dance.
Eric
Anton
Neidhart.
pulling out of this one.
Keith Atkins.
So line up for this one. Going to be Eric, Mike, Bobby, Keith. Eric, Mike, Bobby, and Keith. You guys can keep rolling them around, roll them around.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Park them up in the top of 3 when you guys are good. Park them up in the top of 3 when you're good. All right, again, lineup will be Eric, Mike,
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Keith. Eric, Mike, Bobby, Keith. Go ahead, roll them around, Eric. Roll them around, Eric. Get them bunched up. We'll go green this time. Green this time. Green flag. Never mind. False start. False start. False start. False start. All right, guys. Roll them around. We'll go green out of 4. Green out of 4. Green flag. No harm, no foul there. A little bit of a rough start. All good. Out front early going to be Mike. Eric going to be in that 2. Bobby in the 3. Keith in the 4. Fast lap on the track. Going to be Bobby 4.4.47. Keith with a 4.36. That's now fast lap on the track. Bobby and Keith trying to hunt down Mike here. They're only separated by 1.5 that lap. Closest battle is going to be for the 2 spot between Mike and Keith. I'm sorry, Bobby and Keith. Mike 8/10 up on Bobby. Now 4/10 up only on Bobby. So battle for the lead down the front straight. Oh, and Bobby biking it in 1. Traction rolling there. It's going to drop him down to the 3. So it's still Mike Lewis out front. Atkins in that 2. Atkins looking for a way around Mike down the front straight to the inside in turn 1 and made it stick. So new leader out front. Mike going to be in that 2. Bobby in that 3. Bobby 2.4 back from Mike. 6 to go. 6 to go, drivers. Fast lap 4.331 out of Keith. Watch out of 4. Watch out of 4 right in the middle. Right in the middle's clear. And 3 to go. Bobby trying to put a late race charge in for that 2nd spot. And white flag lap for Keith. You guys are going to go 1 more. White flag lap for Mike and Bobby. Battle for the 2 spot. Bobby to the inside. And I don't know who got at the line. And it was Bobby by 39 thousandths at the line. Got Mike there. Mike in the 3. Eric in the 4. And that is a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers. Thank you. And drivers from that last one, if I can get the 4 of you back out to the track to corner marshal, please. And race number 9, 360 wing sprint, heat 1. If I can get a volunteer for Bobby, he is the only one back to back. If I can get a volunteer marshal for Bobby. I've got Eric, Mike, and Keith. I need 1 volunteer corner marshal in turn number 4. You guys can roll them around, check them in, roll them around, check them in.
One minute to the start of the race.
Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate that, sir.
Billy Bowerman Jr., Bobby Searle, Colton Davis. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Line up for this one, Bobby, Billy, Colton. And that's Bobby, Billy, Colton. Guys can keep going unless you guys are good.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Alrighty, guys. Go ahead and roll them around. We'll give them one more. Give them one more lap here, and we will go green. Green this time. Green this time out of 3 and 4.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Flag. Beautiful start out of U3. Just as it should. Going 30 laps here, 30 laps. Race number 10, second heat of 360 sprint car. Second heat of 360 sprint car. You guys are up next. I will need a volunteer marshal for the next one. Watch front straight, front straight, front straight is clear. Bobby and Colton there, both having troubles out of 4. So it's going to be Bowerman out front. Cyril dropping to the 2, Colton in the 3. 10 laps in, 20 to go. 10 and 20 to go. Battle for the lead down the front straight. Bowerman and Cyril separated by 4 tenths. Halfway drivers, 15 in, 15 to go. Battle for the lead still down the back straight. Bowerman and Cyril. Cyril looking to the inside of Bowerman. They're only separated by 3 tenths. Down the front straight, Bowerman still holding strong. .23 in, 7 to go. 7 laps to go for Bowerman down the back straight. Watch out of 1. That was bad luck there for Bowerman and Davis. So Cyril out front, Davis in the 2. White flag lap here for Cyril.
Bobby Cyril done.
And when you cross the line, you will be done.
Colton Davis
That
done.
is a
The race is completed.
drivers. Cyril taking the win, Davis in the 2, Bowerman in the 3. Marshals, thank you for grabbing your blowers. Drivers from the last one, if I can get the 3 of you and 1 volunteer. 3 of you and 1 volunteer marshal. Race number 10. Second heat of 360 sprint car. You guys are up next. You guys were both just dead even every lap, just boom, boom, boom. You guys can roll them around, check them in, roll them around, check them in. I got marshal spots covered. Thank you, drivers. Thank you, Tracy.
Just farted. Scott Borden.
Watch out of turn 4.
Keith
Go
Atkins.
high. Go high out of 4. High to 4.
1 minute to the start of the race. Jamie Smith.
Line up for this one. Smith, Bourdon, Atkins only. Smith, Bourdon, Atkins only. Let the water do its
45
thing.
seconds to
Give
the
you
start
guys
of the
a
race.
couple more laps. Watch turn 4. Watch turn 4. Clear.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
You guys want to just do 1 or 2 laps just to make sure track's good?
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Oh, yeah. Looks perfect.
Less than 5.
All right, again, lineup will be Jamie, Scott, Keith, Darren. Jamie, Scott, Keith, Darren. Roll them around. We'll go 1 more lap. Green out of 3 and 4. Green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Smith out front, Bourdon, Atkins, and Olney. 30-lap heat race here. Only looking to the inside of Atkins. Bourdon and Smith getting together in 1 and 2. Watch back straight, back straight, back straight, back straight, back straight is clear. Out front early going to be Bourdon. Atkins in that 2, only in the 3. Fast lap on the track going to be only 3:8.82. And 19 to go, 11 and 19 to go. Bourdon, Atkins only the inside of Atkins. So I'm going to move only to the 2. He's going to be hunting down Bourdon. Bourdon getting collected with Smith in 3 and 4. It's going to collect only as well. So Atkins out front. 15 and 15 to go, 15 and 15 to go. Atkins only, Bourdon. Only and Bourdon separated by 3/10 that last lap. 13 and, we're 19 and 11 to go, 19 and 11 to go, 19 and 11 to go. Pull it. Smith pulling it off early there. So it is Atkins only, Bourdon. Only 8/10 back from Atkins. So battle for the lead down the back straight, orange and blue 38, black and green 47. 5 to go for Atkins. Separated by only 3/10 now down the back straight. Battle for the lead, only trying to get to the inside of Atkins. Can't make it happen in 1 and 2 that lap. Atkins a little too wide, gives it to Only there. 2 to go, white flag lap here for Only. Atkins trying to make another move, last lap here, and
just
will
done.
be done.
Only
done. Taking the win, Atkins in the 2, Bourdon 3,
done.
Smith 4, that's a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers. Drivers from the last one, get you back to the track to corner, Marshall. I will need the 4 of you. And race number 11, first heat of 410 sprint car. You guys are up next. 3-car heat for this one.
Kyle Davis. James Rodriguez. DJ Bice.
Careful on the back straight, guys. Careful on the back straight. All right, you guys are good. I've got Marshall spots covered, looks like. Once you guys are good, just go ahead and pull them off to the top.
1 minute to the start of the race.
You've got a minute, so I'm in no hurry. If you guys are good, it'll be Davis, Rodriguez, Bice. And roll them around. We'll go green.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Out of 3 and 4, green flag. Fast lap on the track early. Going to be 3:8.9 out of Kyle. Already in the 3s. 3:8 out of Bice, 4:1 out of Rodriguez. Davis going to be out front. Bice in the 2. He's a second back. Rodriguez, he's a second off of Bice. Everyone pretty evenly spread out here. Ten and 20 to go. 10 and 20 to go. Davis out front. Rodriguez in the 2, Bice in the 3. Fifteen and 15 to go. 15 and 15 to go for Davis. This might be the best I've seen Kyle's car in a long time. 20 laps in, 10 to go. 20 in, 10 to go. Fast lap still 3.82 for Kyle. Lots of 3.8s, lots of 3.9s out of Davis. Back straight, back straight, back straight. It is clear. 6 to go. 6 to go for Davis. Rodriguez still in that 2. Bison that 3. Everyone pretty evenly spread out. Nothing changing here unless something drastic happens. 2 to go. 2 to go for Davis. And white flag lap here. And when you cross the line, you will be
Kyle Davis
done.
done.
Davis taking the win.
James Rodriguez done.
Rodriguez in the 2, Bice in the 3, and that is
DJ Bice done.
race
The race is
drivers.
completed.
Marshals, grab your blowers. Drivers from the last one, get you back out to the track to corner marshal. Last heat race of the night, race number 12, 410 wing sprint. You guys are up next. I did 2.
Jackson Brunson. Mike Malmgren. Pro E. One minute to the start of the race. Tim Long.
If I get a Marshall in 4, thank you, Darren. Appreciate that.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
So lineup for this is going to be Tim, Jackson, Mike, Ethan. Tim, Jackson, Mike, Ethan. Go ahead and line them up on the back straight away. Go ahead.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
Roll them around, boys. We'll go one more. Bunch them up. We'll go green this time. Green this time. Out of 3 and 4, green flag. Jackson and Tim getting collected early there. Gonna be Kowalski out front. Mike in the 2, Tim 3, Jackson 4. Tim getting a little loose down the front straightaway. Jackson tagging him in the rear. Kind of a racing deal there. But Kowalski out front. 3 up on Mike. Jackson going to be in that 3. He's 1.5 back from Mike. Tim in the 4. He's 1.8 back from Jackson. Fast lap on the track, 3.763 out of Kowalski. 3.8 out of Brunson, 3.9 out of Mike. Brunson only 0.8 off the tail tank of Malmgren there. That'll be battle for the 2. Oh, and Kowalski taking a big ride in 2. So Malmgren gonna only be 1.4 back off the tail tank of Kowalski. Jackson 0.6 off the tail tank of Mike. 22 and 8 to go. 22 and 8 to go. Closest battle going to be down the front straight. Mike in the 8, Jackson in the 38. They're separated by 0.6. And 4 to go for Kowalski. Malmgren and Brunson separated by 2/10 now, and they get together there in turn 2. Couldn't see what
Roe done.
happened.
Jackson
And
Brunson
when you
done.
cross the line,
Mike
you're
Malmgren
going to be done.
Tim Long done.
Things happen so fast here. Kowalski taking the win. Brunson in the 2. Malmgren and Long.
The race is completed.
That is a race drivers. That does it for qualifying. Let me get the mains sorted out here, and we will start mains at 9:50. That's about 13 minutes. We'll start mains at 9:50. If anyone is not staying for their mains, can you please come see me? Make sure I don't have any extras in there that aren't staying. I know Anton's out. Anyone else? All right. Anton, are you in the building? Okay. Just double checking. Alrighty, guys. Race number 1, that is going to be the C main of 21.5 Street Stock. Preston, Darren, Eric, and Darren. That's Darren DeForest and Darren Noyes. The 4 of you will be up first, and race number 10, last race of the night, the 410 wing sprint car. Need 4 of you onto the track to corner marshal. And we'll get going here in about 4 minutes here. If you guys have tabs in the hobby store, please make your way into the hobby store and close them on out. Once racing starts here, it goes pretty quick. We'll get the shop closed up before racing is wrapped up. So if you do have a tab, like I said, please go into the hobby store and take care of that with Ethan. And again, race number 1, you'll be up in about 3 minutes. That is the C main.
3 minutes to the start of the race.
21.5 Street Stock. If you have one of my rental transponders, at the end of the night, if I can get those back, please. I got 3 of them out. I will get you your IDs and credit cards back.
Two minutes to the start of the race. Darren DeForest.
Alrighty, drivers. Race number 1. You guys can make your way onto the driver's stand. I will need drivers from race number 10. That is the Outlaw Sprint Car. Need 4 of you on the track to corner marshal. You guys are running 1 main event. There is no B main for Outlaw, so you all are running together.
Preston Brown.
So I need 4 of you onto the track to corner
1 minute
marshal.
to the start of the race.
And we can get race number 1 going. Thank you.
45 seconds to the start of the race.
Just deleted a couple people that didn't. Yeah, thank you.
"30 seconds to the start of the race. Eric Nadehart.
All right, I've got checks out of pretty much all my drivers.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
Still looking for
Darren Noyes.
marshals. I've got Jackson. I've got DJ. I have James. Thank you, guys. I need one more from
Less than 5.
Outlaw in turn number 1, and we will be good to go. We'll be good to go here. I need 1 marshal. You guys can keep checking them in. If not, you can park them in 3. We need 1 marshal in turn number 1. Thank you, Colton. Lineup for this one will be Preston, Darren, Eric, that is Darren Noyes, Eric in the 3, Darren DeForest in the 4. Who needs more time? Oh, the B main I did, huh? Well, I'll give you a couple minutes after this race, but I think the B main is. I'll give you guys a couple minutes. It's whatever's on the wall. I don't remember what I did. All right, guys, we're going green out of 3 and 4. And green flag. .40-lap C main event. Top 2 gonna be bumping up. Laps in and 12 and 28 to go, 12 and 28 to go. Darren Noyes out front, Preston Brown in that 2. They're separated by 3/10 by the line that time. Eric Neidhart in the 3, Darren DeForest in the 4. Top 2 gonna transfer to that B main. And that was Noyes getting it wrong in 2. Lead for Preston gonna grow to about 3.6. Darren still in that 2. He's 10 up on Eric in that 3. Darren DeForest in that 4. He's 4 back from Eric. Front straight, front straight, front straight. It is clear. I'll take a 3-minute break, move on to race number 3. And I think that would be the best, Darren. That's what I'm looking at.
Preston Brown done. Darren Noyes done. Eric
Nate
Neidhart done. Darren DeForest done.
All right, guys, that is time. I'm trying to get some timing stuff sorted out. Preston taking the win. Darren Noyes in the 2. Darren DeForest 3. Eric 4. That's a race. Thank you, marshals, for grabbing your blowers. I believe what we're going to be doing is scratching the B main of the 13.5 sprint car. You guys are all running the main. There's going to be 7 of you, and we're going to move on to race number 3. So race number 3, I'll give you guys a couple minutes, but you guys are going to be up next. And I'm going to fix all of this.
The race is completed.
So new race number 2. So race number 2 originally, that's gone. We're not going to think about it anymore. Run What You Brung is now race 2. If you were in 3, you're in 2. Well, I don't know. So if you're in 3, you're now in 2. If you're in 4, you're now in 3. If you're in 5, you're in 4. So on and so forth. So now there's 9 mains. Run What You Brung is going to be up next. If you guys need a couple minutes, no worries. I get it. But once we get all of you up on the stand, we will start this race. So Run What You Brung A main will be on the track at the moment. It'll be Brian Wells, Matt Wortman, Mike Lewis, Trace Wells, Jackson, and Harlem.
1 minute to the start of the race.
I'll need all my marshal spots are covered. Thank you, drivers. And
Matt Wortman.
We'll get these guys checked in here.
Trace Wells. 45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race.
Alrighty, guys. Lineup will be Brian, Matt, Mike, Trace, Jackson, Harlem.
Less than 5.
Go ahead, roll them around, guys. Roll them around. We'll go green
Jackson
out of 3 and 4. Green flag. I'm going 50 laps. A main for one Run What You Brung here. Watch out of turn 2, watch out of turn 2. Clear. Eleven laps in, 39 to go for Matt Wortman. He's going to be a 10th up on Trace. Mike Lewis going to be in that 3. He's 3.8 back. Brian Wells in that 4. And 30 to go, 30 to go. Trace Wells out front, 8/10 up on Matt Wortman. Wortman 6 up on Lewis, Lewis 5 up on Wells. Broken truck in 3, broken truck in 3. Pull it, pull it, pull that silver truck. The silver truck's broken. Halfway, drivers, halfway, 25 in, 25 to go, 25 in, 25 to go. Wortman out front now, a 10th up over Wells. Battle for the lead down the front straight, both in the 4-wheel drive buggies. Wortman gonna be in the orange, a little bit of yellow, white. And Wells gonna be orange and blue. 32 in, 18 to go, 32 in and 18 to go. Mike Lewis going to be in that 3. Brian Wells in that 4. Brian only 7/10 off of Mike. Now 3/10 off of Mike. That'll be Wells now moving up to the 3. 15 laps to go. 15 to go, drivers. Wortman still out front. 1.4 up on Trace. Trace 12 up on Brian. And Brian, 3 up on Mike. Jackson going to be in that 5. Oh, and Lewis off the track there. They're losing steering possibly there. 42 and 8 to go. 42 and 8 to go. Wortman still up front. 2-second lead now on Trace. Brian in that 3. 4 to go. 4 to go. Race number 3, Outlaw Street Stock. You guys are up next.
Matt Workman done.
And
Jack
that is
Sunship
time,
done.
drivers. When you cross the line, you
Trace
will
Wells
be
done.
done. When you
Brian
cross
Wells
the line,
done.
you will be done. Matt Wortman, you are done taking the win. Trace Wells, you're going to be done in that 2. Brian in that 3. Mike 4. Jackson 5. Harlan
race is
6. That's
completed.
a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, I can get 4 of you onto the track to corner marshal for me. Again, race number 3, Outlaw Street Stock and Late Model. You guys are up next. The 13.5 Sprint Car A-Main will be race number 6. So the drivers from that B-Main, you'll be in race number 6 for that 13.5 Sprint Car A-Main. 13.5 Sprint Car A-Main event is race number 6. Again, race number 3, you guys can make your way onto the driver's stand. I'll need 4 drivers from the last race. I've got Brian, I've got Mike, I've got Trace. I need a marshal in turn number 3 for me. If I can get a marshal in turn 3 from that last race, and then we can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in. Three-car dance for
1
this
minute
one.
to
We
the
got
start
a
of the
late
race.
model and
James
2
Rodriguez.
Outlaw Street Stocks. Marshal spots are covered. Thank you, drivers.
Scott
Greatly
Gordon.
appreciated. I will need a volunteer
45
for the
seconds
next
to the start of the
one.
race.
I will need a volunteer for the next race.
.30 seconds to the start of the race.
Lineup for this one will
Forrest Grum.
be James, Scott, and Colin. James, Scott, Colin. And
15 seconds to the start of the
60
race.
laps. And drivers, you can roll them around. Roll them around.
Less than 5.
We'll go green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Rodriguez and Bourdon close in qualifying. Bourdon even edging them out on hot lap here. And looks like they get together there in 3 and 4. So Bu's going to take over the lead. Bourdon and Rodriguez going to be now fighting for the lead. Buse gets it wrong in 1. So Bourdon out front. Rodriguez in that 2. Buse in the 3. Oh, and Rodriguez gets it wrong and going into 3s, bikes it up, traction rolls it. Rodriguez looking to get his lap back here from Bourdon. If he can get around him, he'll still have quite a bit of work to do, but if he can get around him, the sooner the better here. That's Bourdon out front. Fast lap on the track, going to be Bourdon 4.052. Rodriguez a 4.1, Buse a 4.2. $16 in. 47 to go now. Oh, and Bourdon getting it wrong. So Rodriguez got his lap back and now inheriting the lead. Rough lap from Bourdon. He's going to be 1.2 back. Buse only 4.6 back now. We're 22 and 38 to go. 22 and 38 to go. Rodriguez out front. Bourdon biking it in 1 and 2. Gonna have to get marshaled there, so he's gonna be 3.4 back now. Fast lap still gonna be that 4.0 out of Scott. Rodriguez answering with his own 4.0, gonna be a 4.09, little slower. And halfway drivers, 30 and 30 to go, 30 and 30 to go. Bourdon only 3.3 back. He is on the same lap. But gonna have to find a little bit of speed here with 25 to go. Forty laps in, 20 to go. 40 in, 20 to go. Only 3 seconds now, so you got half a second back. Now 2.7 back, so Bourdon trying to make a charge here with 18 laps to go. And gets it wrong going into 3. Does his best job to collect James there. But James 5 seconds up now on Bourdon. Bourdon 7.2 up on Buse. 13 to go. 13 to go, drivers. Still that 4.052 out of Bourdon. 4.09 out of Rodriguez. 4.19 out of Buse. 8 to go. 8 to go, drivers. And 5 to go for Rodriguez. Nothing changing here late in the race. Have to be a pretty big mistake from one of them. With 2 to go here. And white flag lap here for James. When you cross the line, you will be done.
James Rodriguez
Mr.
done.
Rodriguez taking
Scott
the win.
Bourdon done.
Bourdon
Forrest
in
Grump
that
done.
2, Buse
The race is
in the
completed.
3. And that's a race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, if I can get you onto the track to corner marshal. B Main, 21.5 Street Stock. You guys are up next. I will need at least one volunteer turn marshal for this one. Again, race number 4, B Main of 21.5 Street Stock. You guys are up next. Full 6-car dance in this one. I've got Buse, I've got Bourdon, I have Rodriguez. If I can get a volunteer corner marshal in, looks like turn number 3. I need a volunteer corner marshal in turn number 3.
One minute to the start of the race.
You're welcome, buddy. Alrighty, guys, go ahead and roll them around and check them in. I got my marshal spots covered. Thank you, Keith.
Jim Garambe. Preston Brown. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Darren Noyes. Mike Lewis.
Watch the front straight, front straight, front straight. Clear.
30 seconds to the start of the race. Keith Hargis.
All right, Bobby's setting his car down. I've got checks out of everyone else. I'll let Bobby get a couple laps.
15 seconds to the
Guys
start
can
of the
keep
race.
warming them up. Lineup will be Jim
Bobby
on the
Searle.
1, Bobby 2, Mike 3, Keith 4, Preston 5, Darren 6. Whenever you guys are
Less than
good,
5.
just pull them off in turn 3, and we'll get them lined up, good to go. All right, again, lineup will be Jim, Bobby, Mike, Keith, Preston, Darren. You guys can roll them around. We'll go green next time, green next time. And green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Nice start out of the B main here. 40 lap B main for the 21.5 street stock. Top 2 going to transfer to that A main event. A main for street stock will be race number 8. 4 laps in, 5 laps in now, 35 to go. Garambe going to be out front. He's in the 411 down the back straight. Ciro going to be in that 2. He's in the 33. Lewis in the 46. Darren in the maybe number 6, number 5. And we got Preston and Keith rounding out your field. 11 laps in, 29 to go. Jim still out front, 1.1 up on Bobby. Bobby only 1.5 up on Mike. Mike and Darren separated by 79 thousandths that lap. Watching turn 4, watch turn 4, it is clear. Turn 4 is clear. 15 and 25 to go. 15 and 25 to go for Jim. 8/10 up on Bobby down the back straightaway. Pink and black 411. Second spot going to be in the red and white 33. Watch the back straight, back straight, back straight. Back straightaway is clear. Back straight is clear. Battle for the lead still down the back straight. Jim and Bobby, top 2. You guys are bumping to that A main event. Mike going to be in that 3. Oh, and Bobby getting around Jim there. Got to the inside in 1 and 2. So Bobby now out front, half a second up on Jim. Jim 6.5 up on Mike. Your leader's getting tangled in a little bit of traffic, trying to get through. So this is Cyril out front. He is down the front straightaway. 10 laps to go for Bobby. Jim's still going to be in that 2. He's 3.5 back, 4.1 now back. And it'll be Mike Lewis 2.6 back from Jim with 8 laps to go. Again, top 2 going to transfer. And 5 to go. 5 to go, drivers. Still Bobby and Jim. Doesn't appear like it's going to change, but anything can happen with 2 laps to go here. And white flag lap here for Bobby.
Bobby Searle done.
And
Darren Noyes done. Mike Lewis done.
Race. When you cross the
Jim
line,
Garambe
you will
done.
be done.
Preston
Cyril
Brown done.
Timmerlin, Garambe in the 2. Lewis, Noyes, Brown, and Hargis. That
race is
is
completed.
a race, drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers. Thank you. Drivers from the last one, if I can get 4 of you back to the track to corner marshal. And race number 5, Bomber A main event. You guys are up next.
Brian Wells.
All right, guys, marshal spots. I need a marshal in turn number 4. I need a marshal in turn 4. Or I need a marshal in 3. Nope, all right. Drivers, go ahead and
1 minute to the start of the race.
roll them around, check them in, roll them around, check them in. We got a 7-car
Tracy Collins,
Bomber A main
RBD
event
Rob,
here.
Matt Wortman, Rod Look. 45 seconds to the start of the race. Keith Hargis.
I got everyone checked in here. So lineup's going to be Scott Bourdon, Matt Wortman, Rod Luft, Tracy Collins, Rob Chippen, Keith Hargis, Brian Wells.
30 seconds to the start of the race.
All right, guys, go and line them up behind Scott there. Again, it is Scott, Matt, Rod, Tracy, Rob, Keith, Brian.
15 seconds to the start of the race.
One more lap, and we will go green. We'll go green out of 3 and 4 this time. Green out of 3 and 4 this time. We're going 65 laps. Green flag. Rob and Keith getting tangled early there. There's going to be Bourdon out front early. Wortman in the 2. Wortman looking for an inside on Bourdon. Bourdon getting around with Brian Wells. Bourdon getting it wrong, trying to get around a lapper there in 4. So that's going to drop him down to the 4 spot. So out front going to be Rod Luft, Matt Wortman in the 2, Tracy Collins in that 3. Then it'll be Scott Bourdon in the 4, Keith in the 5, Rob in the 6, Brian in the 7. Battle for the lead. Rod and Matt separated by 2/10. They're down the front straight. Rod and the number 6. He's in the Mark Martin scheme. Matt Wortman in the 2. Scott Bourdon working his way back up to that 3 spot. Watching turn 4. Watch turn 4. Turn 4 is clear. Bourdon in that 3. Collins in the 4. Keith in the 5. Brian in the 6. Rob 7. Race number 6, 13.5 sprint car, A main event. 13.5 sprint car, A main event. You guys are up next. Wortman getting it wrong in turn 2. That'll allow Bourdon to close on him, so Bourdon only half a second off of Wortman. And Rod getting collected with some lappers. Bourdon had inherited the lead. Wortman got into him a little bit. So Rod back out front. Got Bourdon in the 2. He's 2.6 back. 20 laps in, 45 to go. 20 laps in, 45 to go. Again, 13.5 sprint car, A main event. You guys are up next. 40 to go here, 40 to go for Rod. He's 2.2 up on Bourdon. Wortman is only 2.7 back from Bourdon. He's in that 3. On Bourdon, upside down in turn 4. Absolute carnage here in the Bomber A main event. Brian Wells dead in the water there. 30 laps in, 35 to go. Not even halfway here. It's Rod Luft out front. He's 3.5 up on Wortman. Now 4.5 up on Wortman. Wortman has 3 seconds on Bourdon. Bourdon's in that 3. Collins in the 4. He's 5 back from Bourdon. Keith's going to be in that 5. And Rob in that 6. That was Collins and Wortman getting collected on the back straightaway. So Bourdon only a second off of Wortman. That's a battle for the 2 spot. Down the back straight, the 0-1 and the 11. And 20 to go for Rod. 6.8 seconds up on Wortman. Wortman only 4/10 on Bourdon. Bourdon right on his back bumper now into 3 and 4. So battle for the 2 down the front straight into the back, and absolute carnage in front of your second and third place. But Wortman still holding strong. Bourdon trying to find a way around, and Wortman grabs the inside curbing, gets hung up. So it's still Rod out front. Bourdon gonna inherit the 2 spot. That's broke. No, that's broke. So it's Rod out front, Scott Bourdon in the 2. Bourdon in that 2. All upside down in turn 2. Absolute carnage here, and that was Rod taking a detour through the infield here with 8 laps to go. Had a big enough lead, still 12 seconds up on Bourdon. Bourdon 6 up on Wortman. Wortman in that 3, Collins in the 4. Wortman off track. 5 laps to go. Rob in that 5, Keith in the 6. 13.5 sprint car, you guys are up next. Race number 6, you guys are up next. 1 lap to go here for Rod. Scott in that 2, Matt in the 3, Tracy 4, Keith.
Rod looked done.
Rob,
Matt
and
Wortman
when
done.
you cross the line, you will be done.
Scott Worden done. Keith Hargis done.
That is
Tracy
a
Collins
race
done.
driver.
The race is completed.
Rod taking the win. Scott Bourdon in the 2, Matt Wortman in the 3, Tracy Collins 4, Keith Hargis 5, Rob Chip in 6, and Brian Wells 7. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, I get 4 of you back to the track to corner marshal. I know Scott is back to back. And race number 6, full heat of 13.5 sprint car. We'll go 65 laps a main for the 13.5 sprint cars here. I need my marshal spots covered. I've got Matt, I've got Tracy, I've got Rob. I need a marshal in turn number 3, it looks like. I need a marshal in turn number 3 from that last race. I need a marshal in turn number 4. I need 1. This is gonna be a brutal race. I need a couple more marshals, guys. I need a marshal in turn number 4. This is gonna be
1 minute to the start of the race.
Busy race. 7 fast cars. There's 7 of you. I'm just saying.
45 seconds to the start of the
There's
race.
7 outlaws too, so it could get interesting. All right, guys, go ahead and roll them around, check them in.
Just farted. Scott Worden. Colton Davis. Billy Bowerman Jr. Jamie Smith. 30 seconds to the start of the race. Keith Atkins. 15 seconds to the start of the race.
Alrighty, guys, line up for this one will
Less
be
than
Darren
5.
on the 1, Colton on the 2, Bobby 3, Keith 4, Billy 5, Scott 6, Jamie 7. If we are all good, we will roll them around. We'll go 1 more lap, and then we will turn you loose out of 3 and 4. This time by, out of 3 and 4, green flag. Watch back straight. It is clear. False start. We're gonna false start it. It was ugly. Okay, again, Darren, Colton, Bobby, Keith, Billy, Scott, Jamie. All right, guys, we'll go green this next time. Green this next time. Out of 3 and 4, green flag. Ah, much better. I like it. 65 lap A main event here for 13.5 sprint car. That could have been ugly. Keith getting turned around there in 4. He'll be trying to work through the field there. Watch going into 4. Going into 4 is clear. Was your leader, Darren. And I couldn't tell who else that was. Watch 1, watch 1. Watch in 4, watch 4, go low out of 4. Low out of 4 is clear. All right, 10 laps in here. All right, Colton Davis going to be out front. He's 2 seconds up on Bobby. Bobby's 1.6 up on Atkins. Atkins 1.9 up on Bowerman. Bowerman 1.2 on Bourdon. Watching on Davis. Looks like breaking down there in 4. Watch turn 4. Watch turn 4. Turn 4. That's broke. Pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it. Tough break for Davis there. So it'll be Cyril inheriting the lead there. Bowerman in that 2. Atkins in the 3, only 4. Atkins and only separated by a 10th. Atkins only 4/10 off of Bowerman. So that is battle for the 2, 3, 4. Down the back straightaway. Bowerman, Atkins only looking to the inside of Atkins. Got it. So there's now Bowerman only and Atkins. 26 in, 39 to go. Cyril out front. 5.7 up on Bowerman. Bowerman 8/10 on only. That's battle for the 2 down the front straight. Atkins 1.2 off of only in that 4. It'll be Smith in the 5, Bourdon 6. 33 and 32 to go. Halfway drivers. 32 and 33 to go. Only and Bowerman touching wheels out of 4. So it's going to put Atkins by. Now only by. So it's Cyril out front. He's 7.3 up on only. Only in that 2. Atkins is 5/10 off of only. Bowerman only 5/10 off of Atkins. 42 laps in, 23 laps to go for Cyril. Fast lap on the track, only 3.844 fast lap. Cyril 3.9, Atkins a 4 flat, Bowerman 3.9, Smith 4.1, Bourdon 4 flat, Colton 4 flat. 46 in, 19 to go. Only 5.8, chipping away at it. Maybe too little, too late. He is going to have to get a lap back from Cyril with 15 laps to go. He's definitely going to be looking for a mistake. Atkins 2 back off of only. Bowerman, he's half a second off of Atkins. So that's battle for the 3 down the front straight with 12 laps to go. Atkins and Bowerman. Bowerman to the inside. Atkins left the door open on going into 3. Bowerman taking the inside there. So it's Bowerman to the 3, Atkins 4. Bowerman 3.2 back off of only. Only 4.1 back off of Cyril. He got around him, but with 7 laps to go, I don't think there is enough time. Again, trying to hope for a mistake out of Cyril, but with 5 laps to go. And 2 to go. And white flag lap here for Bobby.
Bobby Cyril done.
And
Keith
when you
Atkins
cross the
done.
line, you will be done. Bobby
Just farted
Stirrup
done.
taking the win. 13-5
Jamie
sprint
Smith
car.
done.
Darren Oley
Billy Bowerman Jr.
in the
done.
2, Billy in the 3, Keith for Jamie 5, Bourdon and Davis.
The race is completed.
And that is a race, drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. Drivers from the last one, if I can get 4 of you back to the track to corner marshal. And then race number 7. The track says modified A main. You guys are up next. Alrighty, guys. I have marshal spots covered. Thank you, drivers. Drivers in this one, you guys can roll them around, check them in. Roll them around, check them in.
Nate Young.
Going to be a 55
1 minute to the start of the
lap
race.
A main event
Eric
here.
Neidhart. Preston Brown. Darren DeForest.
On the pole, going to be Preston
Tracy
Brown.
Collins.
Silas going to be on the 2. Nate Young on the 3. Eric Neidhart 4. Tracy Collins 5.
Silas
Darren
Jason
on the 6.
Jim
and
Garambe.
Jim Garambe on the
45
7.
seconds to the start of the race. Seconds to the start of the race.
Alrighty, guys. No more laps, no more laps. Line them up on the back straight going into turn 3 for me. It'll be Preston, Silas, Nate, Eric, Tracy, Darren, Jim. And then you
15
guys
seconds to the start of the race.
can roll them around, roll them around.
Less than 5.
We'll go green next time, green next time. And green out of 3 and 4, green flag. 55 lap. A main event here for the Traxxas Modifieds. Out front early going to be Preston Brown. Nate Young trying to find a way around the inside. But hooks up the inside berm and gets it up on 2 wheels. It'll drop him down to the 5. So it'll be Preston Brown in the 1, Silas in the 2, Garambe up to that 3 spot. Watch out of 4, watch out of 4, it is clear. Turn number 4 is clear. That was Preston Brown, your leader, getting it wrong there. So Silas going to be out front. He's 2 seconds up on Jim. Going to be Nate Young in the 3. He's only 1.5 back off of Jim. Preston Brown down to the 4, Eric in the 5, Tracy 6, and Darren in the 7. 10 laps in and 45 to go. 10 laps in, 45 to go for Garambe out front. Garambe is in the not-so-stock Traxxas Modified. It is pretty cool. And it is fast. Then it'll be Silas in the 2, Nate 3, Preston 4, Neidhart 5, DeForest 6, Collins 7. Fast lap on the track, 4.74 out of Garambe. That is not slow for one of those modifieds. Watching turn number 2, watch turn 2, watch turn 2. It is clear, turn 2 is clear. That may have been Garambe getting tangled in there. So it is Nate Young out front. Garambe now motoring back by him. So Garambe going to be out front, Nate Young in the 2. That is battle for the lead though, and Garambe getting it wrong on the back straight. So now Nate Young has about a 3.2 second lead now over Silas. Garambe down to the 3. He is 1.5 back. Couple laps of carnage here. Watch front straight, it is clear. 25 laps in, 30 laps to go. Let's see where everyone works out here. So it is Nate Young out front. He's 4 seconds up on Silas. Silas in that 2 spot. Garambe in the 3. He's 2 back from Silas. Race number 8 drivers. That's 21.5 Street Stock A main event. You guys are up next. 21.5 Street Stock A main event. You guys are up next. 25 laps to go for Young. 1.5 seconds up on Silas. And Silas only half a second. Now Garambe, 43 thousandths up on Silas by the line, that last one. And 3 thousandths the advantage to Silas, but Garambe getting by there. So Garambe half a second. Oh, and Young getting spun around there. So that'll shuffle things up. It'll move Garambe to the 1, Silas to the 2. He's 1.5 back. Then it'll be Nate Young in that 3. He's 2.5 back from Silas. It'll be Brown in the 4, DeForest 5, Neidhart 6, and Collins in that 7. 40 and 15 to go, 40 and 15 to go for Jim. Watch turn 1, watch turn 1, it is clear. That was your leader. So only 7 tenths now up on Preston. Nate Young 2.5 back off of Silas's rear bumper there. Brown in the 4, DeForest still in that 5. Oh, and that's your leader upside down on the back straight. 46 and 9 laps to go for Jim. 1.6 up on Nate. 6 to go. 6 to go drivers this time by. 2 seconds the gap now. Garambe to Young. 1.1 is the gap back to Silas. Oh, and Carnage in turn 1. That's your leader. So Nate Young now out front with 4 to go. Silas in the 2, Garambe down to the 3. And 2 to go for Young. And white flag lap here for Nate. And Nate got spun around there.
Silas Jason Boehner done.
And
Nate
at the
done.
line, Silas taking the win by 4 thousandths of a
Tracy Collins
second
done.
over
Young
Young at the line
Garambe
there. Garambe in the 3, Brown, DeForest, Neidhart, and Collins. That's a race, drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers. Then drivers from that one, if I can get 4 of you back to the track to corner marshal. And race number 8. 21.5 Street Stock A main event. You guys are up next.
The race is completed.
All right, guys, I need marshal in turn number 3. If I can get a marshal in turn 3. Street Stock is up. Yeah, 21.5 is up, yep. You're good, Jim. I'll give you a minute.
Bobby Searle.
All right, you
Jamie
guys
Brown.
can roll them around.
Ron Luke.
I'm going to give Jim a minute to grab his car, but you guys can roll him around, check him in, roll him around, check him in. We're going 65 laps here.
One minute to the start of the race. Zach Navarez. "45 seconds to the start of the race. "30 seconds to the start of the race. "15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5. Jim Garambe.
Alrighty guys, if you guys are ready, the lineup will be Zach, Keith, Jamie, Rod, Bobby, Jim. We are going 65 laps. And we'll go one more lap, we'll go one more. We'll go green out of 3 and 4 on this one. Green out of 3 and 4. Green flag. Navarro is leading us out. Atkins, Brown, Cyril. Brown getting into Atkins there. So that'll be Navarro's out front. Cyril in the 2. He's only 3/10 off the back bumper there. Atkins going to be in the 3. Brown, Garambe, and Luft. Battle for the lead. Oh, Cyril getting it wrong out of 4. So that's going to drop him down to the 5 spot for Cyril. He's got some work to do here. So Atkins up to the 2. It'll be Jamie Brown in the 3, Jim Garambe in the 4. Bobby in the 5, Luft in that 6. 12 laps in, 53 to go. Navarro's out front, 1.5 seconds up on Atkins. Leader down the back straight, black and red. Second spot going to be in the blue and orange. They're separated by 0.5 second that last lap. Brown going to be in the 3, he's in the all gray. Cyril up to the 4, Cyril and Brown battling for the 3. And you have leader behind you. So you got Brown and Cyril battling for the 3. They are right in front of first and second on the track. Oh, and Navarro is getting together with a lap car. So that's going to drop him down to the 4. So Atkins out front now. Cyril in the 2. Brown in the 3. Navarro's, Garambe, and Luft. Watch the front straight, front straight, front straight, front straightaway, front straight right in the middle. Right in the middle, right in the middle, it is clear. All right, 29 in and 30 in, 35 to go. 30 and 35 to go for Atkins. It'll be Cyril back up to the 2. He's only 3.5 back. Cyril doing a good job clawing his way back up to the front here. Garambe going to be in 3. Watch out of 2. Watch out of 2. Watch out of 2. Watch out of 2. Back straight's clear. Watch into 3. Watch into 3. Watch into 3. Wow. Dead car, dead car, dead car. An unfortunate luck there for Jim, catching the marshal's foot. We are 42 and 23 to go. 42 and 23 to go. Atkins out front, Cyril 3.6 back. Navarre's in that 3. Rod in the 4. Jamie in the 5. Front straight, go high into 1, high into 1, high into 1. It is clear. Front straight, front straight, front straight. Going into 1, watch turn 1, go high in 1, high in 1, high in 1. And Rod losing his transponder out of the car there. So Atkins and Cyril separated by 1.1 now. So battle, and as I say that, Cyril bikes it into 1 and 2. And he's going to go a lap down. So it's Atkins, Cyril, Navarez, and Brown. Everyone real spread out. No one close on the track. We're 8 to go. 8 laps left. And 5 to go for Atkins. Oh, and Cyril getting it wrong there. Maybe the nail in the coffin, unfortunately, for Bobby. Race number 9, you guys are going to be up next. Last race of the night. And white flag lap here for Atkins. And Atkins, you are done. When you cross the line, you will be done.
Bobby Cyril done.
Cyril in the 2, Navarez 3, Brown
done.
4, and that is
The race is
race drivers. Marshals, grab your blowers, please. And then drivers from that last one, if I can get 4 of you back to the track to corner marshal. The last race of the night, race number 9, 410 wing sprint. You guys are up next. Go 65 laps for these guys here. Again, last race of the night. Thank you to
DJ
all
Weiss,
my volunteer turn marshals.
Kyle Davis,
I appreciate it, guys.
Mike
Thank you to my
Malmgren,
racers.
James Rodriguez.
Watch the front straightaway. Someone lost a tire. Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate it. Yep, you too.
Pro E. One minute to the start of the race. "45 seconds to the start of the race.
Let's get a wheel nut for Jackson.
"30 seconds to the start of the race.
I'll give you some time, Mike. I'll give you a minute. You're good.
"15 seconds to the start of the race. Less than 5.
All right, guys.
Jackson Brunson.
It really doesn't look too bad, Mike. I mean, I'm not driving it, but it looks a little loose off of the corner. But not bad, all things considering. Lineup will be Ethan Kowalski, DJ Bice, James Rodriguez, Kyle Davis, Mike Malmgren, Jackson Brunson, and Tim Long. Making a couple of quick adjustments here. Again, lineup will be Ethan, DJ, James, Kyle, Mike, Jackson, Tim. Watch back straight, back straight, back straight, back straight, back straight. We good? All right, line them up behind Ethan. It is Ethan, DJ, James, Kyle, Mike, Jackson, Tim. Roll them around, going 65 laps. And we will go green this time. Green this time out of 3 and 4. Green flag. False start, false start, false start. All right, Ethan, DJ, James, Kyle, Mike, Jackson, Tim, roll them around. We'll go green out of 3 and 4 again. And green flag. Much better. Again, 65 laps. Kowalski leading us out. Davis looking for a way around Rodriguez early. Crossed him up into 1 and 2. So it is Davis. Oh, watch back straight, back straight, back straight. It is clear. So Davis up to the 3 spot early. There's Kowalski out front. Bice in that 2. Davis trying to work his way up to Bice. It is Brunson in the 4. Long in the 5. Rodriguez and Malmgren. 10 laps in and 55 to go. Ethan 1.2 up on Bice. Bice 7/10 on Davis. Fast lap on the track, 3.805 out of Kowalski, 3.84 out of Bice, 3.85 out of Davis, 3.9 out of Jackson, 3.9 out of Long, 3.9 out of Rodriguez, a 3.8 out of Mike. Watching 3 and 4, watch 4, watch 4. It is clear, get that car. So it's Kowalski. Davis getting by Bice, didn't see what happened there. So it's Davis, fast lap on the track. Davis, 3.799. 2.1 back from Kowalski. He's going to be doing everything he can to reel him in. Kowalski working in a little bit of traffic. Bice going to be in that 3, Brunson 4. Closest battle going to be for third, Brunson and Bice. Brunson only 3/10 off of Bice. Watching 1, and 2, it is clear. Davis 1.8 back off of Kowalski. Kowalski through traffic in open air. Davis just getting into traffic. Bice in the 3, Brunson in the 4, Rodriguez and Malmgren. Oh, watch straight away, watch straight. It is clear. That was Rodriguez, and he collected Kowalski there. Just a racing incident there. But Davis now 9/10 off the back door, and Davis gets together with back straight, back straight, back straight. I couldn't say it fast enough. Little bit of an ugly couple laps here. I don't know who's out front, and it's going to be Kowalski. 2.5 up on Davis. Davis, 2.5 up on Brunson. And it is Bice in the 4. He's 6 back with Rodriguez and Malmgren long off the track in the 7. 43 and 22 laps to go. Kowalski 3.1 up on Davis. Everyone pretty spread out here. Closest battle going to be between Rodriguez and Bice. They're separated by 1.6. And 15 to go for Kowalski. 3.5 up on Davis. Watch straight, 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 straight. Clear. That was Brunson getting it wrong. And Brunson and Bice getting together again there. Watch turn one, watch turn one, turn one, turn one. Kyle losing a tire there. There's a tire in turn one. Absolute carnage here. With 5 to go. So Brunson inheriting the 2. Rodriguez the 3, Malmgren in 4. And 2 to go. White flag lap here for Kowalski. And Kowalski taking the win. When you cross
James
the line,
Rodriguez
you will
done.
be done.
Jackson
Rodriguez
Brunson
done in the
Mike
3.
Malmgren done.
Brunson done in the 2. Malmgren 4. And that's a race driver.
The race is completed.
Thank you guys for coming on out tonight for Fillem Up Friday Oval. We appreciate you coming on out. Tomorrow we will be open 10 to 12:30, and we will do off-road racing at 1 o'clock. Again, thank you guys for coming on out. We appreciate it.